Rebuild World Chapter 10. Elena and Sarah. Akira was engaged in his shooting training in the wasteland near the Kuzusuhara city ruin. He was holding his gun close while trying to keep the correct pose. Looking through the aiming device, he was trying to align the trajectory prediction line, in short the TP line, with a small boulder. But the blue TP line, that appeared because of Alpha's support, was swaying lightly due to Akira's breathing. Akira took a deep breath, held it in and gathered his focus. When the blue TP line stopped swaying, he pulled the trigger. The bullet that launched from the gun's muzzle tore through the space in one straight line before hitting the boulder. It blasted the boulder into pieces and threw them into the air. "Oh, you're doing well, aren't you?" After hitting his target 3 times consecutively, Akira felt that his shooting skill had leveled up and laughed happily. He understood that he was still completely relying on Alpha's support, and it would be impossible to hit his target all by himself. But it was also obvious that his skill had gotten better compared to when he was only a total amateur. Alpha smiled back happily. "It seems that you've fully graduated from being an amateur hunter. You're doing well and your improvement is pretty amazing." If someone gets praised after working so hard for so long, obviously that person would feel happy, and even someone as cynical as Akira was no exception. As Akira smiled at Alpha, she smiled back with a deeper meaning. "Just like this, let's work hard for the next training too. Since you are able to hit the target now, let's move on to the next one. We're going to change the target, but you only need to do what you've been doing up until now. Try to shoot it while thinking that you're going to be killed if you miss." Alpha then pointed at Akira's next target. He showed a little bit of annoyance as he moved his line of sight to it, but his face immediately turned pale as his sight fell on his next target. It was a weapon dog that almost killed him the other day. The weapon dog was 2 meters long. It was a monstrously big weapon dog with a Gatling gun growing on its back. Its appearance was very intimidating that it would be impossible for it to sneak around. But even so, Akira did not notice its presence until now. Akira was stunned for a bit, but he immediately regained his composure and was about to run away when Alpha smiled and said, "Don't panic, it's just an image." Akira inadvertently looked at Alpha. As he saw her smile saying there was no danger, he was able to calm down. While being suspicious, he still aimed his gun at the weapon dog. His heart was palpitating at breakneck pace. The weapon dog looked real no matter how he sliced it. But since it was standing perfectly still and did not show any reaction, he aimed the TP line at it. He finally understood that it was not real and let out a sigh of relief. "Don't surprise me like that." Although Akira was looking at Alpha with an angry face, Alpha just kept smiling shamelessly at him. "You'll fight a lot of those monsters from now on. So you need to get used to them and know how to react when one of those monsters appears suddenly. If you get stunned just like now, you'll be killed." Alpha gave Akira the signal to continue the training. As such, he got his gun ready without any hesitation. Its weakness is the area between its eyes. Kill it in one shot. Akira looked at his target through the aiming device. His target was framed in red box with an indicator placed on its weak point. Akira was trying to align the blue TP line with that weak point, but his hand was trembling, thus making the TP line shake inconsistently. "Calm down, it's just an image. It's just another target like that small boulder." Even if he understood that, scary things were still scary to him. It was a monster that almost killed him. Apart from the fact that it was not moving at all, the image looked surreal. Moreover, since he had to take him, he had to keep looking at it. It was really hard for him to keep his cool. Akira took deep breaths a few times and tried to calm himself bit by bit. He put more power in his still quivering arms to suppress the swaying of the TP line. As he tried to keep his calm, he halted his breathing, gathered his focus, and pulled the trigger. Akira did all he could, but the bullet didn't hit the weapon dog's weak point. It did not even hit the weapon dog at all. Instead, it landed on the ground not too far from the weapon dog. Right after that, the weapon dog made its move. It shifted its huge body very quickly as if it was reacting to his shot and pointed its Gatling gun towards him. Akira, who was looking at it from the aiming device on his gun, was frozen in place. The Gatling gun then started to rotate and made a huge muzzle flash. "I'm dead." That was what Akira thought as he stood there frozen. But to his surprise, the bullets did not come raining at him and he was far from dead. He was not even hurt. He was very confused until he remembered that it was only an image. If it was not training, he would have been dead just now. Akira finally understood why Alpha showed him that scene. He let out a sigh as he supported his limp body from collapsing. Do tell me beforehand next time. When Akira gave a protesting look to Alpha while being meek, Alpha pointed her finger toward the ground. There was a corpse riddled with bullets lying there. And when Akira noticed the face on that corpse, he went pale. It was an image of his dead body. If you can't aim properly at its weak point and kill it in one shot, at the very least, your shot should weaken it to a state where it can't move anymore. Otherwise, it will counterattack and you'll end up like this. You'll be dead if you miss. Didn't I tell you to take aim while keeping that in your mind? Take your training seriously so you won't end up like this in a real fight. Roger that. Akira's face twitched as he saw Alpha, who was laughing as usual, and the image of his corpse. Alpha reset the monster image and the training continued with it as a target. The target was one of those monsters that Akira could defeat given his equipment. But Akira could not land any hit, and kept seeing himself getting killed in so many different ways, thus leaving many images of his corpses scattered around his surroundings. As Akira looked at those corpses, he desperately continued his training, so that he would not end up like them in real life. Thanks to the corpses that kept piling up, Akira started to get the hang of it. He kept his calm, aimed carefully, and pulled the trigger while reassuring himself that this one would definitely hit the target. And suddenly the target monster vanished. Akira was rather surprised as he put his gun down. All the corpse images also vanished from his surrounding. Alpha, are we going to end the training for today? That's not the reason, Akira. Someone is coming here. Akira looked puzzled as he pulled out his binoculars. Thanks to the binocular that was enhanced with Alpha's support, he was able to find the aforementioned people immediately. There were 2 hunters riding a vehicle designed for traversing the wasteland. Akira's face turned grim the moment he saw them. He remembered the time when he was attacked by a pair of hunters the other day, so he could not help but be on his guard. Although these 2 hunters were girls, there was no reason for him to lower his guard. Don't tell me that they're here to attack me just like last time. I think they're there for a different reason. They might just simply on their way to the Kuzusuhara city ruins. But just in case, let's go to the ruins too. Since they're riding a car, if they really want to attack you, you won't be able to run away from them in this place. It was not a rare thing for hunters to meet other hunters in the wasteland, and it was equally not a rare thing for the other hunters to not have goodwill. As such, both sides would put up their guard and created a tense atmosphere between them, but then this tense atmosphere frequently sparked a fight just because of trivial things. Akira was already hyper-aware of them, so half of the trigger for a fight had been set. Thinking about how the other hunters would react to him, Alpha decided to tell him to withdraw from the place. I understand, let's go. Akira immediately pulled up his rucksack and ran to Kuzusuhara city ruins. Both of the female hunters were riding a vehicle specially made for exploring the ruins. They were also heading towards the Kuzusuhara ruins. Their equipment was inadequate for exploring the inner part of the ruin, but they were clearly too well equipped for exploring the outskirts of the ruin. Putting aside the special group of hunters who could kill monsters with their bare hands, most of the hunters were equipped with the equipment proportional to their skill. After all, it was an indicator that they have the skill to acquire and operate those equipments. So in short, the hunters who work by exploring the Kuzusuhara ruins, they were not fully amateurs but at the same time not fully professionals either. Elena, who was driving the car, spoke to Sarah, who was sitting beside her. Sarah will arrive soon. Get yourself ready. Sarah, who was looking at the ruin through her binoculars, made a puzzled look. Elena, are you sure this is the place? We already discussed about this yesterday, didn't we? This is the only ruin that a small kid can reach by foot from Kagomayama City. Isn't it also possible for him to go to other ruins by using the regular service? Other than this Kuzusuhara city ruins, the other ruins that the regular service can bring you to are dangerous ruins. The rumor says that there was a small amateur boy who came to the exchange center with a very expensive relic. If that boy was also frequenting other ruins, then such a rumor won't spread, you know? It's not strange for a small boy from the slums to go as far as to the outskirts of Kuzusuhara city ruins and find an expensive relic by pure chance. So it must be this place. There was a rumor spreading among the hunters in the Kagomayama city about a ruin near the city where even a small boy could reach, and a lot of expensive relics were left untouched. Obviously, you have a better chance to come back alive from ruins that are not dangerous. As such, hunters who could not go to dangerous ruins thought that it was a better choice to spend their time sweeping the ruins rather than fighting dangerous monsters. That was why places that might have relics left untouched would get fully explored in no time. There were no more places with low danger level left unexplored near the city. At least, most of the hunters thought so. But that was completely refuted. After all, a small boy with poor equipment brought expensive relics to the exchange center. They did see this boy, and not only once. He was even regularly bringing back relics to the exchange center, and had a fight in the slums for the money that he acquired. The rumor was even more exaggerated by saying that hunters who tailed that boy found an unexplored place and acquired a huge amount of money. Such a rumor was already spreading in the city. As such, a lot of hunters started sweeping the area with low danger level once again. Elena and Sarah were among those hunters who heard about that rumor and decided to sweep the ruins again. For them, the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara city ruins was not worth their time anymore. But if the rumor turned out to be true, then they thought that they might hit the jackpot themselves. And even if the rumor was not true, it was not like it was going to dangerous for them. That was what Elena thought as she decided to search around the ruins again. And Sarah agreed with her. But unlike Elena, Sarah was not as optimistic. Didn't you thoroughly search that place before? And the result from that search was not really great either. To be honest, I'm not expecting much from that place. Well, there's no harm in doing this, right? Let's just search that place again. Something might have changed since the last time we came here. After Elena said that in an upbeat tone, her gaze moved to Sarah's chest and her expression changed to worry. And also, about your nanomachine, it might be a good idea to replenish it soon. I know that you've been cutting your portion since we did not get much money lately, but are you really okay? Sarah looked at her own chest, which lacked contours like when it was in its glorious days. Elena and Sarah both very well knew what it meant. That was exactly why Sarah smiled, as to not make Elena worry. It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. Sarah was one of those people who actively enhanced their body using consumption-type nanomachine, and her chest was where she was saving her nanomachine stock. Working as a hunter and fighting monsters are two sides of the same coin. Their enemies were either descendants of the biological weapons made by the old world, or the machines that functioned as defensive mechanisms. It was not easy to fight those enemies using human body. In order to fight those monsters, some hunters looked for a way to enhance their physical strength. Augmented clothes, prosthetics, turning into a cyborg, and so on. The people from the Eastern District studied the technology from the old world to fight against those monsters of the old world, and came up with a lot of different ways to enhance one's physical ability. One of those ways was to use nanomachines. It had a lot of different effects, like using force field to strengthen the muscle-enhancing cells, or even genetic modification. And when it came to highly advanced nanomachines, they could even replace one's cells with cells made by nanomachines and turn their body similar to a cyborg. They might look exactly the same like normal people, but these people would be able to flip a car or become impervious to bullets without using augmented clothes. Actually, Sarah almost died because of a certain circumstance and received treatment using the nanomachines. The treatment itself was a success. She was able to escape death and even acquired an enhanced body. But because of that, she could not survive without the nanomachines. Her body was actively consuming the nanomachines on her daily life, and the consumption increased as she was working as a hunter. But replenishing nanomachines needed quite a lot of money. She could actually take treatment to get rid of the dependence with nanomachines, but she would need a huge amount of money and she would be left with a weak body. It would also require even more money to treat her weakened body. In short, they were problems that could only be solved with money. And because she did not have an abundance of wealth, she could only maintain the status quo. One of the reasons why Elena put her bet on the rumor was because Sarah needed money to maintain her life. Not to mention that Sarah, who was their main firepower, will be less burdened if they explored an area with weak monsters. The nanomachines that Sarah consumed when she fought were replenished by distributing the nanomachine stock in her chest. And now her chest had already shrunk. Since Elena knew how it looked when Sarah had full stock of nanomachines, she could not help but worry looking at Sarah's current condition. Elena looked intensely at Sarah and said, You know your own body the best, so I won't say too much about it. But if you keep going on like this, I'll sell my own equipment and force-feed you nanomachines, you know? Sarah looked back at Elena with an equally intense gaze. Please don't do that. If you do that, we will have less equipment and it will be harder to earn money. How long do you think we took to earn all of these equipments? It is nothing compared to your life. When the push comes to shove, I'll do that and let's raise up again together. If today's expedition goes well, we will spend our money first to replenish your nanomachines. Okay? She would not accept any objections. That was what her eyes were saying. They had been friends since before they started working as hunters. Their conversation had led to a situation where one of them should back off or they would not reach any compromise. So Sarah just accepted it and made a light smile. All right, I understand. Seriously though, we really can't live without money. Elena smiled back at Sarah. Isn't it too late for that? Hunters are just like that, aren't they? Well, that's true too. With a lot of things in their mind, Elena and Sarah headed to the Kuzusuhara city ruins while smiling. Akira was still moving around the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara city ruins. He did think of searching for relics since he had come to the ruins, but there were a lot of other hunters in the ruins. As such, he had to keep moving to avoid bumping into them. Thanks to the Alpha's advanced enemy detection ability, Akira was able to avoid bumping with any monsters or hunters. But there was no way for him to either search for relics or continue his shooting training, so Akira was a bit disappointed. Akira, we need to move again. Again? Why this place is filled with people? And also, is it really that common for a ruin to be this crowded? It depends on the ruins, but this ruin should be already abandoned though. When I met you, there was not even a single hunter other than you. Even after that, the only other hunters that I saw around this place were those two that you killed the other day. Akira's expression turned grim. Then, doesn't that mean that they're tailing me? Are they looking for me? Akira was rather worried. He could not help but think that these hunters were looking for him for the exact same reason that those hunters were tailing him the other day. But this time they brought a lot of other hunters with them. Alpha then smiled and tried to calm Akira. Don't worry, even if that is the case, you'll be fine since you have me. Well, I'm counting on you for that part, but... Moreover, I think those hunters are not specifically aiming for you. I have some inkling on the purpose they are here for. That's why I'm saying there's nothing to worry about. Then Alpha proceeded to explain Akira about the rumor that Elena and other hunters had heard, the source of that rumor, and the things that the other hunters were looking for after hearing that rumor. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira understood that he was the main reason for everything that was happening, and so his face went pale. So that's what's happening, huh? This is getting troublesome. Well, since it was just a rumor, I'm sure only half of the people who heard it actually believe it. It'll immediately die down once they know they can't find any relics. That's why I think there's no need for you to worry about it. Let's go. Akira was feeling rather complicated about these people who flooded the ruin because of what he did, but he did not have the leeway to think about that, so he just shoved that feeling aside. He continued to traverse the ruin by following Alpha. As for Elena and Sarah, they still did not get any results yet. Although Sarah expected that, she still felt disappointed as she let out a sigh. Although I did not expect much, I never thought that it would be this fruitless. Elena made a bitter laugh and tried to cheer up Sarah. If it was that easy, then someone would have discovered it first, you know? Let's just keep looking patiently. Even if you say so, I don't feel like we'll find anything if we keep looking blindly like this. Elena, do you have any leads or something? I'm actually looking for that kid's footprints. If it's true that a kid found an unexplored area just like the rumor said, then there might be some small footprints that would lead us there. As expected of you, you always have a unique viewpoint. The jobs in Elena's team were clearly distributed. Elena's job was to gather information, while Sarah's job was fighting, and they were well equipped for their respective jobs. The main equipment for Elena was the information collection device. It was a high-tech device for reconnaissance consisting motion detectors, sonar map, and advanced scope. She used it for wide-range information collection such as mapping the ruin or scanning, and locating enemy hideouts. She also had a gun with her, but compared to Sarah's equipment, her gun was just a light gun. Sarah's main equipment was a powerful gun. Normally, one would need to use augmented clothes to handle the weight and the kickback from the gun, but she was able to swing it around like nothing thanks to her strength and body. As for her armor, she was equipped with a sturdy armor to handle the situation when she needed to become Elena's shield. Elena would find the enemy, then Sarah would take care of it. Sometimes Sarah would also go alone without Elena. That was how their team explored a ruin. Elena, who was responsible for gathering information, did all she could to answer Sarah's expectations. It was because of Elena's superb skills that she was able to find footprints in the ruin that was filled with dust flying around. But the result wasn't as expected. So Elena could only reply back to Sarah with a bitter laugh. Well, I still could not find any small footprints, but I did find so many adults' footprints though. It's still way better than looking blindly. So where do we look next? Let's look for places where small kid might go. Right, let me tell you this when I still have the chance, Sarah. The colorless mist is getting thicker, so be careful. Roger that. If it gets worse, let's just return back. It will be your call to decide when to return, Elena. Elena and Sarah then moved deeper into the ruins while keeping their guard up. Akira was moving carefully inside the ruins. In order to avoid bumping into other hunters, he was hiding inside an abandoned building. He was watching the situation outside the building with a binocular. Every time Akira found another hunter through his binoculars, he would wonder if that hunter would go back home soon. Alpha was watching his action and spoke to him. Akira, since this is a good chance, I'll explain to you about the colorless mist. Colorless mist. Yep. Started to get thicker. Look at that direction. Alpha then got into the field of view of Akira's binocular and pointed her finger. Look in that direction and this direction, can you find the difference? I don't see any difference, they look the same. Are you sure? Alpha was smiling at Akira as if she was urging Akira to look again. So Akira took another look, but more carefully this time. But he could only see buildings lining in both directions, a common sight in the ruins. They were exactly the same to him. But since Alpha seemed like she was expecting an answer, Akira tried his best to look for their differences. If I am to be strict, I think the one on the right is somehow more blurred. Alpha then smiled and gave a strong nod. That's right. The colorless mist on the right is thicker. Is that it? This is the most important part. It is fatal for an Eastern hunter to not know this, so listen well. To Akira, who looked confused, Alpha smiled as if to encourage him and started her explanation. The colorless mist was the name that the people of the Eastern District gave for a certain phenomenon. Unlike usual mist that looked white from light scattering, this colorless mist's range and thickness could only be observed from the blurring of the field of view. All the area inside the colorless mist would blur. If it only hindered the view up to a certain extent, it might pose some problems, but hunters could easily cope with it by using high-tech information gathering devices. But the effects of colorless mist did not stop there. There were a lot of unexplainable phenomena that come together with the colorless mist. Radio wave, electromagnetic signals, even sound and smell too would be affected in the colorless mist. Both living organisms and machines would have problem in acquiring information about their surroundings. It was as if all kinds of powerful jamming devices were active at the same time. The performance of thermo-optical camouflage would greatly reduce to a point that it became almost useless. Then starting from optical lock, all kinds of locks would be rendered unusable. Wireless communication would be filled with noise, and the mist could even affect wired communication sometimes. Moreover, all guns would lose their power and range. The trajectory would deviate greatly, which worsened the accuracy. And when the colorless mist was thick enough, even the path that the bullet took would be visible. This phenomenon greatly affected the hunter's activities in the Eastern District. An inexperienced hunter like Akira could not fully understand the dangers of this phenomenon, even after listening to Alpha's explanation. I at least understand that it will be bad once the mist thickens. Alpha could clearly see just how badly Akira understood the situation. So she shook her head and explained seriously. You don't seem to understand it completely, so I'll only explain the part where it affects you then. First of all, the reason why monsters can't easily attack people in the Eastern District is because of this colorless mist. The monsters are also affected by the mist. Thanks to that, these monsters are having a hard time finding people, thus allowing humans to live here. If the mist was not there, even the monsters on the other side of the ruins would be able to detect your presence. The detection function installed in their weapons made by the old world is simply that powerful. Leaving aside whether Akira really understood the significance of the monster's detection ability, he at least understood just how important it is to avoid the enemy's detection. He nodded as if he was amazed. I see now, it is indeed important. And one more thing. Once it gets extremely thick, it would affect monsters, humans, and machines, thus lower their ability to detect enemy. In the worst-case scenario, you might even be able to find enemy faster than me, you know? That's why for now, if the mist gets thicker, then you'll need to cancel the ruin expedition and go back to the city. Akira, who was amazed, listened closely to Alpha. He finally understood the danger of the mist. Wait, doesn't that mean that when the mist is thick enough, there's still a high chance for me to encounter monster even with your support? Yep, that's right. If I meet a monster, what do you think the possibility of the current me to win? In the case where the mist is thick enough, and my support is hindered to the point of uselessness, all your encounters would likely be a close-range encounter. At that point, it will be pretty hopeless for you. Just now you said that the mist is getting thicker, right? Yep. Akira suddenly stopped talking and used his binoculars to watch for enemies around him. Of course, it was very rare for the mist to even get that thick. But Alpha, who knew that, just kept it a secret while smiling mischievously. Rebuild World Chapter 11 All Kinds of Prey. In the ruins, Elena and Sarah kept searching for footprints and finally found footprints of a child. The footprint that they found was so light that it would have easily erased if the air blew over it. The reason why they were able to find that slight trace was because of Elena's tenacity and skill. And it definitely was Akira's footprint. So they continued their search in good mood, expecting to find the rumored unexplored area. But it was fruitless. They followed the footprints into an abandoned building and searched the whole place to find nothing of value inside it. Even so, they continued their search since they found similar footprints in the building. While on the other hand, the colorless mist was getting thicker. After some time, Sarah realized that the colorless mist had gotten pretty thick and her vision blurred when she looked through her binoculars. Just to be safe, she asked Elena. Elena, the colorless mist is getting thicker. Is it okay to continue here? Elena answered Sarah's question after an unnoticeable pause. It's okay. Although it started to affect the information gathering device. It's not so bad that we have to withdraw from our search. Is that so? Well, I guess it's fine if you say so. Elena then asked Sarah in a worried tone. How about you? Are you okay? If the colorless mist starts negatively affecting your nanomachines, we'll withdraw immediately. So do tell me if it does and don't hide it. Okay? I'm fine. Although I can't say that it doesn't affect me at all, I'm still alright for now. Well, if you say so. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? Sarah laughed mischievously at Elena to make her stop worrying. I'm telling you I'm fine. When the push comes to shove, I'll carry you and run away. So I still have a lot of spare power, you know? Elena then replied back while smiling teasingly. Oh my, are you trying to say that I'm fat? No, I was talking about your equipment. There's no other deeper meaning than that. That's really all. I'm telling you that's all. Elena and Sarah were laughing as they were teasing each other. At least they were able to confirm that they were really okay. Elena did not lie. Although the mist affected the information gathering device, the effect was not that bad. But it would be unfavorable if the mist got any thicker, and by the looks of it, the possibility was very high. If it were any other day, Elena would have decided to withdraw due to the danger. But she couldn't do that today. They would not get any money if they went back empty-handed. And if their financial situation got any worse, there was a good chance that Sarah would postpone replenishing her nanomachines, which would be life-threatening for Sarah in her present condition. Elena wanted to avoid such a situation no matter what, and she unconsciously pushed their search longer. And Sarah did not lie either. Her situation was the same as Elena's information gathering device. It was manageable for now. But if Sarah suggested Elena to stop the search because of her little discomfort, Elena would definitely go against it. And she feared that if it was handled badly, Elena might even go to the ruins alone without her, who was the primary firepower in the team. And that was not something that she wished to happen. As such, Sarah pushed herself so that Elena would not worry about her. Elena and Sarah were actually having a hard time working as hunters. Some time ago, they were able to explore more dangerous ruins to earn money, but after going through some difficult circumstances during which they couldn't earn much, their financial condition rapidly declined. As such, they had less money to prepare for expeditions, which in turn reduced their efficiency when searching in the ruins. They had fallen into a vicious cycle, that instead of earning money, they were actually losing money with each subsequent expedition. It was also the reason as to why Sarah limited her nanomachine replenishment. It was also because they were in such a hardship that they believed in the rumor. Hunters who had fallen to such a vicious cycle would need to either hit a jackpot or push themselves for a gamble in order to escape from it. If they were to win their gamble, they would be able to raise up again as skilled hunters who get rich. But if they lose their gamble, they would fall into deeper hardship due to the backlash from pushing themselves too hard. Elena and Sarah were betting on the rumor in order to turn their condition for the better. But due to their desire to get out from their situation, they unconsciously became careless. The fact that they put their bet on a baseless rumor was the proof of that. Normally, they would have stopped here, but Elena and Sarah were already committed in their bet that they forgot to be wary of their surroundings. There were a lot of hunters other than Elena and Sarah who came to Kuzusuhara City ruins chasing after the rumor, but most of them already abandoned the search and returned back, while most of them who stayed also decided to return back due to the thickening colorless mist. But a small part of these hunters didn't leave. They were the declining hunters who were allured by the rumor. Since the danger was comparatively minimal, and this was also a chance for them to turn their situation around in one shot, these hunters remained obsessed in their search. But they could not find the rumored ruin no matter how much they searched. As such, they were getting annoyed and irritated. Since such a ruin did not exist in the first place, they would only get more and more annoyed. They could not just go back empty-handed even after reaching their limit. They started looking for another way to obtain something so that their trip won't be in vain. Rather continuing the search for this rumored ruin and wasting their efforts and time, they began diverting their attention onto other prey. Elena was traversing the ruin with a grim face. The colorless mist had gotten thicker faster than she expected, and its effect on her information-gathering device had become severe. The device's detection range had considerably reduced, and hence the chance for them to encounter a surprise attack had increased. Then Elena said to Sarah while regretting her poor decision to continue their search, "Sarah, we can't go further, we should head back now." "I understand. Sorry, the detection range is already very small. We should have returned sooner." "It's alright. There shouldn't be that many monsters in the outskirts. It'll be alright as long as we head back carefully." Seeing Elena blaming herself, Sarah just returned a smile that showed no trace of blame. Elena smiled in return and changed her mood since she understood that there was no meaning in regretting now. Elena and Sarah decided to head back. They were moving through the outskirts of the ruins looking for the vehicle that they parked there. Normally, the outskirts were a relatively safe place, but now that it was blanketed with the colorless mist, it had become a dangerous place. Since their vision got worse because of the mist, the probability of close encounter with the monsters increased. It greatly lowered the survival rate of the hunters who relied on ranged attack. If they met a monster which boasts of great vitality, inside this fog, they would be forced to fight with it in close range. And that would be a very dangerous situation. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed as Elena and Sarah were moving inside the mist. Considering the sound distortion factor due to the mist, they knew that the source of that gunshot was pretty close to them behind a crumbled ruin. Sarah readied her gun while Elena operated her information-gathering device and put all its resources on enemy detection. "Elena, did you find anything?" "Wait for a sec. I got some signals from where the gunshot was fired. It seems that 8 hunters are fighting against one monster, and they are headed our way." They could see hunters running from the source of the gunshot, and these hunters were chased by a giant monster. Although they did shoot back while running away, there was no sign of the monster getting killed anytime soon. Elena analyzed the situation. Looking at them, it seems that these hunters have no close-range firepower. And also, the monster seems to be pretty strong that those hunters won't be able to defeat it with their equipment. We'll get involved if we leave it be, and it seems that it will be able to catch up with us even if we run away. There's no helping it, we should defeat it in their place instead. Roger that. Sarah aimed her huge gun towards the monster. Then Elena shouted at the hunters who were approaching her. Get out of the way. The hunters who heard her words acknowledged and stopped shooting back at the monster and kept running toward her. The monster was so huge that Elena could see it easily even under the thick mist. It was a big carnivorous monster. Its muscle line was visible even when it was covered by its thick fur. It opened his big mouth showing its huge fangs as it was trying to devour those hunters. Sarah, who was aiming at that monster, found something strange. Through her aiming device, she could see that the monster was mostly unharmed, even when the hunters were shooting at the monsters as they were running away from it. She thought that it might be because of its superb vitality that the monster was able to chase the hunters while ignoring their gunshots. But that did not seem to be the case. Did the thick fur protect it from the bullets? Or is it that these hunters only have weak guns with them? Or is it that most of their shot missed since they were shooting while running away? Well, not that it really matters now, I'll take care of it myself. Sarah just pushed the question aside and pulled the trigger. The huge bullet that shot out from her big gun hit the monster right on its head. Fresh blood splattered from its head, and it fell down to the ground. While that happened, the hunters kept running while ignoring what happened to the monster behind them. Elena saw something strange about these hunters. They should be showing desperation trying to run away from their certain death situation. But instead, they were lacking any expression showing their fear of death or happiness that they found someone who would help them. But she did not have the time to think about the reason. Due to the thick colorless mist, she had allowed a monster and a group of hunters approach them. And because she prioritized in taking out the monster, she was late in reacting to these hunters. These hunters kept running past Elena and Sarah without even saying a single word of gratitude. And then one of them threw something towards Elena's feet. Elena and Sarah were so shocked when they realized that it was a type of hand grenade. Sarah, who was quick to react, immediately grabbed Elena and tried to run away from that place. But they were a bit late and the grenade exploded and threw their bodies into the air. Sarah covered Elena from the explosion and was able to protect her. But the explosion threw her away from Elena before landing hard on the ground. After that, she was in confusion for a bit, but she immediately regained her composure and realized that she was lying on the ground defenseless. She reflexively hid behind wreckage as she got up. She then immediately tried to confirm Elena's safety, but she could not find Elena around her. She was about to call for Elena when she heard a guy's voice. That other girl. Throw down your weapon if you don't want your friend to die. Sarah then heard Elena's voice from the same direction. Sarah, don't mind me. You can freely run away or shoot these bastards. Sarah was showing a pained face when she understood how bad the situation was. Elena was captured by those guys. A lot of hunters went to the ruins daily looking for valuable relics, and then they would fight against the monsters living in the ruins. As such, many hunters were killed in the ruins and left their equipment scattered around the ruins. Normally, the next person who found these equipments would be their new owner. Although sometimes the dead hunter would leave a letter asking to accept their equipment as a payment to take care of his or her burial, or to send a certain belonging to his or her family, no one would follow through. The finder would keep all the equipment left behind. But some of these hunters who had bad personality would change from being a hunter into being a robber inside the ruins. Rather than looting a dead hunter, they would kill other hunters and take their belongings. Then a bounty would be put on their head, and some of them would die as prey of some other hunters. These were the kind of hunters who attacked Elena and Sarah. They already coveted for Elena and Sarah's equipment. This was the day when they changed their profession from skilled hunters to ruthless robbers. It was just bad luck on Elena and Sarah's side. They did not kill that monster on purpose, and all these were their elaborate play to trick Elena and Sarah to lower their guard. Guns were pointed at Elena from her back, but Elena looked back and glared at the hunters behind her. But the sensation of the gun muzzle pressed on the back of her head prevented her from doing anything further. The hunter pressed his gun's muzzle harder on Elena's head and shouted, "You just shut up. Do you want to die?" But Elena did not show any fear and shouted back, Just pull the trigger and you all will be dead. Sarah, don't listen to them. Didn't I tell you to shut up? The hunter behind Elena violently smacked his gun onto Elena's head, and Elena could not help but let out a scream. Sarah, who was still hiding behind the ruins, clenched her teeth hard while making a grim face. If she followed Elena's order to just forget about her, she might be able to kill all the hunters, but in exchange, Elena would definitely get killed. But if she obeyed the hunter's order and threw down her weapon, she might be able to save Elena. But on the other hand, it would worsen their situation. They would definitely rape her and Elena, and there was no guarantee what they would do after that. Sarah could not pick either choice. Then another hunter shouted as if he was letting Sarah hear him. Just kill her already. Then we can just move on and kill the other girl afterwards. Wait. Sarah shouted back in reflex and made her decision. She threw down her weapon and stepped out from the ruin with both her hands up. Elena shook his head. But Sarah smiled at Elena. There was a slight trace of bitterness in that smile. Sarah then moved slowly toward the hunter while making a serious face as to not alert him. Seeing Sarah approaching them unarmed, the hunters were making a nasty laugh. Since it seemed that Sarah would listen to them obediently, some of them lowered their guns. But the gun behind Elena's back remained in its position. Sarah moved slowly while measuring the distance between them. If she ignored the nanomachine consumption and raised her physical ability to its limit, she would be able to boost her physical ability, and it would be enough to counterattack those hunters despite the fact that Sarah had no previous training in martial arts. But on the other hand, the nanomachine consumption would also be enormous. In the worst-case scenario, she would spend all her nanomachines and die. And even if she could take care of those hunters without dying, she would only be left with a short time awaiting her death. If Sarah had ignored Elena's safety and shot back with her gun, it would cut her nanomachine consumption to a minimum. Elena's glare at Sarah was saying that she wanted Sarah to take that option. But Sarah could not do that. Sarah had made her resolve and moved forward. It was only a few steps until a chance to retaliate would come to her. Stop there. Stop there and take off your augmented clothes and armor. The hunter who shouted, laughed as he saw Sarah stop just like she was ordered to. After all, even without a gun, I don't want to be beaten to death with the physical enhancement from that augmented clothes. We did lower the firepower of the grenade so that your equipment won't sustain any damage, but to think that you would be able to survive that unscathed and even didn't fall unconscious, it seems that you have quite a good equipment on you. Don't worry, we'll use them with care. So you hear me, right? Remove it slowly. I understand. Sarah did like what she was told to. She removed her own clothes and armor. She was also glaring at them while trembling in order to make them lower their guard even more. Soon she was only left with her undergarments. Seeing this, the hunters' laughter only got nastier. Sarah had to bear with their stare while reassessing her chance. Sarah kept glaring at them. I've removed them. Is that so? Then suddenly bullets tore through Sarah's both thighs and Sarah fell down to the ground. Elena screamed and ran towards Sarah, forgetting the fact that she also had a gun pointed at her head. The one who shot Sarah was the leader of this hunter group, Bubaha. Bubaha looked at Sarah, who was on the ground, and confirmed their safety. He then looked at his subordinates and pointed at Sarah while saying, "This girl is a nanomachine-enhanced girl. She should be a few times stronger than a normal human. The cloth that she removed is just a normal armor, not an augmented one. If you don't want to get twisted and torn apart, you might want to stay away from that girl." How do you know that? You can tell that from her movements and equipment. It's because you can't recognize something like this. You guys are stuck as amateurs. When nanomachine enhanced person is severely wounded, the nanomachine will prioritize in healing the wound. As such, their movement would be affected during that time. But they're still stronger than a normal human. So if you guys want to toy with them, then just use the other girl. Bubaha then pointed at Elena, so everyone's attention gathered at her. Elena, who ran to Sarah, hugged her close as she was writhing in pain on the ground. Sarah smiled meekly. The nanomachines inside her body prioritized in healing her wound and life support. Thus she was in no condition for combat. She was in a condition where it was impossible to turn the situation around with her own power. I'm sorry, I made a blunder. Why didn't you run away? Elena's voice was trembling as she asked the question that she wasn't expecting an answer for. She thought that if Sarah had ran away, then at least Sarah would be safe. Sorry. In contrast to her answer, Sarah smiled at Elena. That sorry was filled with so many meanings in it. Sarah and Elena looked at the hunters who were laughing nastily while approaching them. But in the next moment, Wuxia was shot right through his forehead and dropped dead. The gunshot sound kept reverberating through the air. The other hunters were so shocked by the sudden turn of events. And before they could even put up their guard, 10 bullets were already fired at them. Those who got hit dropped into the ground and screamed in pain. As for those who got lucky, started cursing at Elena and Sarah, thinking that they had other friends with them. But with that meaningless action, their luck ran out as well. Damn you! You still have other friends with you, huh? Elena and Sarah were also surprised by the sudden turn of events. But Elena was able to immediately compose herself. She then took the gun from the hunter who was on the ground near her, and shot at the other hunters who were still able to fight. After that, she looked for anyone who was still breathing and nested 2 shots into their heads each, thus stopping their breath. The other hunters, of course, were also thinking of killing Elena, but since bullets were flying toward them, they could not do that and focused more on hiding themselves from the enemy's line of sight. And so in the middle of the confusion, they focused more on looking for ruin and wreckage to hide. While the hunters were trying to hide, Elena dragged Sarah, trying to escape. Sarah, can you walk? I can't. Elena, it's okay, just run from here. I won't. Don't you joke with me. Some of the hunters noticed them and tried to shoot at Elena and Sarah, but they were also stopped by the gunshots that came from nowhere. Sarah, who was dragged by Elena, picked up the gun that she dropped, while Elena, who was dragging Sarah together with her, went towards a building. All the while, the echo from the gunshots did not stop. Elena and Sarah were somehow able to run toward an abandoned building near them. Elena then pointed her gun's muzzle outside and was watching her surroundings carefully. Elena, what do you think just happened? I don't know. Someone who is not from their side suddenly fired at them. That's all I know at the moment. I want to think that person did that to help us, but there's a chance that person is actually trying to steal those hunters' prey. Sarah, how's your wound? It'll take about an hour before I can walk on my own. I see. Just don't move too much for now and prioritize your nanomachine on healing your wounds. Let's analyze our current situation from this place. It's not like we're already safe after all. And so Elena and Sarah bunkered themselves inside the abandoned building while making a grim face. Rebuild World Chapter 12 Reason to Kill. Akira was moving between the ruined shadow as he was shooting at those hunters. The colorless mist dampened the sound of the gunshot, so the hunters who were attacking Elena and Sarah could not pinpoint his location. Their screams echoed through the wasteland as he opened fire at them. Alpha, how many of them left? 3 of them are dead. Only 5 people left. By the way, you only killed one of them, the other 2 were killed by those girls. They were able to kill 2 of them in that condition, huh? Those girls are amazing. Indeed. Akira's face constricted after hearing Alpha's answer. Alpha did not hide the fact that she was in a bad mood, and it was obvious from her expression and tone. Do you really hate that we're helping those girls? Akira awkwardly asked Alpha, trying not to worsen her mood. Alpha only replied with a smile as if she was trying to evade answering. But Akira could feel that she was pouting. I'm not, you know? I do think that helping other people is a good thing. Since you took my request while you're actually not strong, you can't die until you accomplish it. I wonder if you really should put yourself in danger for helping some strangers. I'm not fully convinced by your action. It will be troublesome for me if you were to die. I did tell you about this before, didn't I? Alpha's support was not free. It was a deposit payment for accomplishing her request. So if Akira died here without even completing her request, then it would be the same as him running away with her deposit payment. He thought this was the reason why she was in a bad mood. Realizing that he was being glared on by Alpha, he made an awkward excuse. Well, about that, you see. I was thinking as long as I have your wonderful support, then it was an easy thing to help these girls. So it would be great if you can think of it as proof of how much I trust your support. To think that you believe in my support this much, I'm so happy, I really am. Akira could feel a great pressure coming from Alpha's smile. As such, he could only smile back awkwardly. When the monster that was lured by those hunters was still away from them, Alpha already detected its presence. Then she judged that it was not a monster that Akira could defeat. And so she was planning to make Elena and the other hunters face it and lead Akira to safety. She also informed that to Akira. She thought that by telling him about their real situation, would make him move faster to avoid getting himself involved, in case a battle really started. But then Akira did something that she did not expect. Rather than moving away from the area, Akira decided to go towards Elena and the other hunters instead. And when Elena and Sarah's situation worsened, Akira's mood was also affected and he was really agitated. He asked Alpha something that she never expected. Alpha, if I have your support, is it possible for me to eliminate all of those hunters? Are you planning to save them? Is it not possible? Alpha could see that Akira was planning to do that if it was possible, so she answered that question while being puzzled about it. If you ask me whether it's possible or not, I would say that it is indeed possible. But it doesn't change the fact that it's dangerous. I think there's no need to get ourselves involved in their matters, you know? Is it because there's a good chance that I'll get killed even with your support? It depends on the situation. If you prioritize your own safety, I think you'll have a better chance at survival. But of course, the safest choice is for you to not get involved with them at all. So in short, it will somehow work out, right? If she denied, then Akira would question the usefulness of her support. It would be bad if that happened. That was why Alpha had no choice but to approve it. Since she could not understand why Akira was so persistent about helping them, she asked him with a puzzled look. It will. But can you at least tell me your reason? Since there's a need for me to tailor my support actions accordingly. But Akira just shut his mouth. He was hesitating to tell her his reason. Alpha could clearly see a trace of hatred, irritation, disgust, and anger from his expression. But she could not understand why. Moreover, Akira's expression was grimmer than the time when he was assaulted in the middle of the ruins. But now it was not like he himself was getting assaulted, and the people that got assaulted here were total strangers to him. Despite all of these facts, his expression was really grim. He was lacking in both equipment and skill at that time when he was attacked by two hunters. But he just did not have the leeway of realizing that since he was so desperate, compared to that time, he was relatively safe here. He was better equipped and more skilled than before. The leeway created from that difference might be the reason why Akira was making this expression. At least Alpha understood as such. But Alpha analyzed that there was no real reason as to why Akira's psychological condition was so disturbed now. The silence continued. Akira took that as a sign that Alpha would not help him if he did not answer her. And so he stated his reason. If those guys stayed in the ruins, they might attack me one day. Since I'll frequent this ruin from now on, it might be a good idea to use this chance and kill them all, right? Moreover, you did say that I used my life worth of luck, remember? So if I help those girls, I might get back some of my luck. After all, luck is something that is affected by what you do, right? So isn't it fine if we help them? After hearing that answer, Alpha contemplated deeply for a while. The reason that Akira worded out was only an excuse for him to kill those guys. Akira was not looking for a reason to help those girls but a reason to kill the guys. He did not say that he should kill the guys to help the girls, but more like he wanted to help the girls in order to kill the guys. It was possible that Akira was following the vague moral values inside him, and that moral value judged that those people needed to be killed. Alpha was able to understand that far, but she still could not understand why Akira was willing to risk his life to stick to his moral values. The silence continued and Akira's expression slowly turned pale as if there was no hope for him. If it's really something difficult to achieve even with your support, then we can just give up though. Alpha felt that if she continued the interrogation, then Akira would consider her to be the same as those hunters. Moreover, there was a danger that Akira might lose trust in her support. For Alpha, the life of those guys was of no value at all. So she decided that those guys would die in order to get back Akira's trust. Alpha replied back as if she was a bit insulted by Akira's remark while hiding the cold decision that she made. What are you talking about? It's easy as long as you have my support, you know? I see. In that case, I'll be counting on you. Sure. Let's finish this. We need to move first, come this way. Alpha had decided to accept Akira's request. With this, Bubaha and his friend's fate had been sealed by someone that had nothing to do with them or with Elena and Sarah. Akira reached a safe place and launched a surprise attack at Bubaha and his friends with Alpha's support. Akira aimed the TP line at Bubaha's forehead and pulled the trigger without even a shred of hesitation. He kept shooting to cover for Elena and Sarah's retreat. Even after he saw Elena and Sarah had safely retreated into an abandoned building, Akira's expression did not loosen up. He only felt that he was able to accomplish the false excuse that he made. Akira, we have to move now. Roger that. He moved through the ruins, passed through a building and dove into wreckage before reaching to his next vantage point. He then directed his gun towards the guys who were not even shooting at him, aligned his aim to their head and pulled the trigger with a cold face while feeling a little discomfort. As Akira aimed at them through his aiming device, his eyes showed that he was feeling disgusted more than hatred towards those guys. The bullet spewed out from his gun, hit the guy right on his head. The bullet, originally made for fighting the monsters that had huge vitality compared to a human, blasted the guy's head into small pieces. Akira, we need to move again. Roger that. Akira kept moving from one shooting spot to next to avoid getting discovered by those guys. Alpha's instructions were perfect. Those guys did not even have an inkling as to where Akira was shooting from. While he was moving around, Akira felt something weird and inadvertently opened up his mouth. But still, it's weird that they don't know my position, although I've been shooting at them from a pretty close range. It's because you've been shooting from their blind spot. It's for the best if you can choose positions that will give you a ground advantage. Moreover, the colorless mist is making it harder for them to spot you. If it is about the effect of the colorless mist, then we're in the same condition, aren't we? No, not even close. There's a great difference between my detection ability inside this Kazusuhara city ruins and the detection ability of their cheap information gathering device. For them, it's as if they're fighting with their eyes closed. If it was not because of that, it would be impossible for you to win against them with your current ability. That's why it's important for you to not misunderstand this situation and assume it is because of your ability that you are able to fight against them. They're not weak opponents. So don't ever think that you can take them out easily. I understand. Alpha gave Akira a strong warning while smiling. It's good as long as you understand. So you really shouldn't misunderstand, okay? Okay. Akira nervously answered back. Although he answered that honestly, he was a bit worried that Alpha thought he was getting ahead of himself. So he refocused himself and rushed forward. Alpha actually knew that when she gave Akira the stern warning, a guy was trembling in fear. He was the only person who was still alive. All of his friends were already turned into mutilated corpses scattered around the area. He feared that at this rate, he would also join those corpses, and it made him tremble. Damn it. What's going on here? How can they shoot so accurately inside this mist? Why someone so good is roaming in this place? Isn't that just unfair? The Kazusuhara city ruins should already be abandoned. The relics in its outskirts were all exhausted, and the inner part of the ruins was filled with monsters that it was not worth exploring. If not for the rumor, no skilled hunters would visit this place. Or at least, the outskirts should not be a place visited by someone with enough skill to easily kill his friends. That damn Bubaha. Didn't he say that there were only incompetent hunters around this area? That damn bastard spouting such a lie. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Damn it. It was actually his decision that he took Bubaha's invitation to rob other hunters. Now that they failed, he was blaming Bubaha and spewing out curses. The colorless mist was getting clearer. But the guy did not think that it was anything good for him. He thought that the one who was shooting at him and his friends was someone with superior skills, who could shoot accurately even under the effect of the mist. That was why now that the mist was getting cleared, he thought that person should be able to shoot at him more accurately than before. Since the effect from the mist had weakened, the guy's information gathering device picked up a signal of Akira's position. But he could not rely on that information to seek and kill Akira. The anger from the fact his friends were killed was already completely overwhelmed by the fear of losing his life. His spirit was completely crushed. The guy thought he would only get killed if he continued. After thinking hard, he made a difficult decision in order to stay alive. His face twitched. Then he threw his weapon down and slowly came out from behind wreckage while raising both of his hands. He then shouted, "You win. I give up. So please spare me." He walked into an open street defenseless and looked around. I was coerced to help that bastard Bubaha. He would kill me if I did not help him. It's not like I willing to help him. I had no choice. He looked around nervously. I am sorry, okay? I won't do it again ever. If you want my money, I still have some. I'll also give all the money that the others have too. I also have some savings. I'll also give that too. If you kill me, you won't be able to get that money, you know? His face was distorted by fear as he was waiting for a reply, but there was no one, no voice, no bullet, no reply at all. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying. Why, you haven't shot at me, so you're still thinking about what to do, right? Are you doubting me? Do you think that I hid some kind of weapon with me? Or do you think that I'm using an enhancing cloth? And that I'm dangerous even when I'm unarmed? Alright then. I just need to remove my cloth, right? I'll remove my cloth. So please don't shoot. After he then took off his cheap enhancing cloth, Akira came out from the shadow behind an alley. The guy was so surprised when he saw Akira. He never imagined that it would be a small boy, so he felt relieved. The fact that Akira showed himself meant that there was still a chance for him to negotiate with Akira. His fear of death lessened and his tense face loosened up. I'm saved. I'm saved at the moment. Now I just need to make a deal with this boy. Then the next second Akira shot that man. A bullet tore through the middle part of his torso. Inside the head of that confused man, he remembered a similar scene not too long back when Bubaha shot Sarah. On the very last second of his life, he wondered if Akira mistook him for a nanomachine-enhanced person as his life and consciousness started fading away. I'm not. In his last moment before his death, he only murmured Akira's wrong assumption. Akira kept looking at that man while confirming with Alpha. Did I get everyone? Yes. It's done. By the way, why did you shoot him? Akira made a puzzled face. As such, Alpha gave more context to her question. If you wanted to kill him, you could have killed him sooner, right? But since you didn't immediately shoot him, I thought that you wanted to spare him, you know? So I'm asking you, why did you suddenly decide to shoot him? Oh, so that's what you meant, huh? I was planning to kill him right from the start, but since it seemed that I could kill him more safely if I waited, I decided to wait. Wasn't you the one who told me that they're not weak and I shouldn't misunderstand this part? I indeed said that. You have convinced me now. Anyway, it's good to be careful. There are dangers that come as you give more time to your opponent, so you should be careful about that too. I understand. Akira obediently nodded. Akira, Elena, Sarah and Bubaha's party. All these unlucky people gathered in this area. All these people were trying to rise up from ashes. All these people pushed themselves past their limit and gambled their life in this ruins, in order to turn over their bad living condition. Some of them lost their bets, suffered the backlash from pushing themselves past their limit and their wrong decision. And these people already paid in full for their actions. The mutilated corpses of hunters were scattered in the ruins. This was one of the common scenes in the Eastern District and had repeated again to no end. It was just one of the common happenings in that place. Some time had already passed since Elena and Sarah bunkered themselves in one of the abandoned buildings. The sound of the sporadic gunshot from the outside had already stopped for a while, and there was no sign of it returning anytime soon. Sarah lowered her guard for a bit. Is it over? Elena used her information-gathering device to confirm it. Most of the signals from the outside are already gone. There's only one signal other than ours. Maybe it's a signal from the one who was fighting against those guys a while ago. Elena's information-gathering device had already recovered fully from the effect of the colorless mist. So there was no way for Elena to mistakenly identify the signal between those who attacked them and the signal from other people. But there was no guarantee that the signal came from someone friendly. Elena, is the signal from that person moving towards us? It doesn't seem to be so. But still, what do you think just happened there? If we were to think optimistically, it must be someone who passed there by chance and decided to help us. After all, it was 8 against 3. If we don't count ourselves, then it was 8 against 1. But even so, that person saved us. That person must be a very nice person. Or so I hope. After Sarah spoke her optimistic assumption of what just happened, she just stopped talking without telling Elena her pessimistic assumption. There's a limit for how nice a person can be. I do feel thankful to that person, but we don't know what that person might ask from us as a reward. In case if it was a man and he asked for our body as a reward, Elena might be against it, but I hope he would be satisfied with my body alone. Elena kept watching the signal of that person from her information-gathering device. Then she realized that the signal was moving away from them. So that person won't come here, huh? If he wanted to demand a reward, he would come here as soon as he could. It doesn't even seem he wants to confirm our safety. That might because he wants to avoid having another fight, or he just simply lost interest in us. Or maybe he prioritizes taking those guys' equipment first. The signal kept moving away from them as she was thinking. Elena was hesitating for some time, but she then decided to chase after that signal. I'll be back in a moment. Sarah, you wait here. Are you sure? The colorless mist has gotten lighter, and looking from its signal, it doesn't seem like that person is hostile to us. So it'll be fine. I will be careful too. After all, I should at least say my gratitude to that person. Elena smiled in order to reassure Sarah. She then packed her stuff and went out alone. Since her information-gathering device detected no other hostile signals, she immediately ran towards Akira. As Elena approached Akira, the signal of her savior in her information-gathering device suddenly started moving faster away from her. It seemed that Akira was trying to run away from her. But Elena already remembered Akira's position. It was behind a cover. Her voice might reach him, but she could not see Akira. As such, she hurriedly called Akira in order to stop him. Wait for a second. You're the one who saved us, right? I want to say my thanks and I want to talk to you for a bit. Can you come here for a sec? Please. But then, suddenly a crumpled paper flew from Akira's direction and rolled to Elena's feet. Elena took that paper and opened it. There was a bullet inside that paper and a short message saying, "Don't come over here," written illegibly. She could not understand whether Akira put in a bullet inside the crumpled paper to make it easier for him to throw, or was it a kind of warning to her. But at least she understood that the person who saved her did not want her to come close to him, although she did not really understand the reason. So she stopped chasing Akira and instead shouted at him, "My friend was shot and she can't move. I have a vehicle parked in the outskirts of the ruin. So can you please protect us while I carry my friend to that vehicle? I'll give you another reward in addition to the reward for saving us from those guys. I know that I'm just burdening you more, but can you please help us?" But of course, Elena actually did not have anything to offer as a reward. Especially, she had no money to give at all. Or more like, she came to the ruins because she wanted to earn some money in the first place. She also needed the money for replenishing Sarah's nanomachine. Elena knew that she would need to negotiate with him and find what he would want as payment. She already resolved herself in case he asked for her body as payment. But then another thing flew from Akira's direction to Elena. This time it was a box. When Elena took it and checked the box, she recognized from the words printed on the box that it was a medicine box. There was a piece of paper inside it with instructions on how to use the medicine written in crooked letters. Elena assumed that the message must be saying something like, "Use this medicine to heal your friend," or something like that. She also came to understand that the one who saved them had no wish of accepting her request. Elena decided to return back to Sarah, but before heading back, she added some note on the paper that Akira threw at her and left it on the ground. "Okay. Thank you for the medicine. I'll return back. I have written my hunter code on this paper, so contact me when you have time. Okay?" Elena then bowed towards Akira's direction before running back to Sarah. Akira waited until Elena was quite a distance away from him before picking up the paper left by her. There was a series of characters written on the paper. It was Elena's hunter code, but Akira did not understand it. What is this hunter code thingy? It's unimportant until you have your own information terminal. For now, you can think of it as something convenient that allows you to contact other hunters. So she even has something like this, huh? By the way, do I have a hunter code? Nope. But you should be able to get one after buying your own information terminal and submitting an application in the Hunter office. By the way, Akira, are you okay with that? Yeah, it's fine. It's not like we have any particular reason to meet her anyway. Let's just go back home. You're not going to loot them before returning home. I'll just leave them be. It's not like they came attacking me after all. I see. Akira took all the equipment of the 2 hunters that attacked him the other day. Alpha just could not understand what was the difference between those 2 hunters and the hunters that he killed just now. So Alpha concluded that it must be because of Akira's moral values. Akira put himself in danger without even expecting any reward, and he even gave away his precious medicine box. But then he refused to protect them as if he did not care about them at all. He did not even think of meeting the people that he just saved. In order to give correct guidance to Akira, Alpha was trying to understand Akira's moral values on which he made his decisions. But she understood well from the time when Akira decided to help Elena and Sarah, it would be pointless to pressure Akira for an answer. As such, she decided not to question Akira at all. Akira kept running as he got out from the Kuzusuhara city ruins. When Elena went back to Sarah and told her everything, Sarah smiled mischievously. He saved us even though we're just total strangers to him. He even gave us medicines and left us without asking for any reward or telling us his name. To think that he would leave all the good parts, it's not even strange if you fall in love with him, but… When Sarah put everything out like that, it indeed sounded like he was such a wonderful person. Sarah then continued while making a bitter smile. You didn't see him and you don't know his voice as well. He won't let you approach him and his handwriting is bad. I wonder if he did this intentionally so we won't be able to investigate his identity from his handwriting. He completely turned into a suspicious person now. Elena smiled bitterly after hearing about the sudden change of image of the person who just helped her. Should we stop using the medicine that we just received? It won't take too long before your wound is healed, right? It was not like Elena wanted to make her savior bad, but the one who would use it was Sarah, so she did not want to coerce her into taking the medicine. But Sarah lightly shook her head. No, I'll use it. After all, it's bad for us if I stay injured like this. The one who would be using the medicine was her and not Elena, so there was no need for her to worry. But Sarah could not say that as she decided to take the medicine. Even so, she took a capsule from the medicine box and held it on her palm. The common way of using it was to swallow it as it is. Sarah kept staring at the capsule on her palm, as she remembered the piece of paper in which the instruction on how to use the medicine was written. It was not a manual that came with the box, but it was a cheap-looking piece of paper with the instruction written on it in bad handwriting. In case of emergency or if you need immediate healing, don't use it normally, but instead apply the content of the capsule directly over your wound. And be careful since it might cause severe pain. This was the instruction written on the paper. It was not the usual way to take medicine. In the worst-case scenario, it might even make her wound worse. Sarah was a bit confused, but she eventually decided to take the medicine as the paper instructed. She opened multiple capsules and applied the content directly onto her wounded legs. Intense pain immediately assaulted Sarah just like the paper warned. She could feel something forcefully healing the open wounds on her legs along with the pain. Elena was worried as she looked at Sarah's pained expression. The pain slowly faded and eventually was gone after a minute. Although she could feel slight pain as she stood up, she was able to stand up without any problem. Elena was surprised when she saw that. Sarah, are you sure you're okay standing up? I'm fine. It seems that medicine is really effective. It healed me to the point that I feel I can fight normally now. Elena, how about you try using it too? Sarah then took some extra capsules and swallowed them. Since she was no longer an emergency and in no need of immediate effect, she chose to take the medicine normally. Elena decided to follow Sarah's suggestion and took the medicine too. Although Elena was not gravely wounded, she had some injuries and she was severely exhausted, so she was in need of healing too. Not too long after she took the medicine, she could no longer feel pain in her head. From her experience working as a hunter, Elena understood that it was not simply an effect from painkiller, but it was because the injury on her head was rapidly healing. Due to the effectiveness of the medicines, Elena and Sarah's evaluation of Akira changed back from a suspicious person to a savior with a certain circumstance. Although it was reasonable, Sarah and Elena looked at each other and smiled bitterly to the fact that they were doubting their savior just a moment ago. Sarah then smiled as to change the mood. Well, putting everything aside, we at least know that the person who saved us is a very nice person. I don't know where he got this medicine, but since it's very effective, it must be pretty expensive, right? Although he helped us this much, it's regrettable that we could not say our thanks. I left him with my hunter code, but I don't know if he will even read it, or if he will actually contact us. It's fully up to him whether he'll do that or not. But let's work hard so that we would be able to return this favor in case we ever meet him again. Elena also smiled in order to change the mood. You do have a point. We can't do anything about it no matter how much we think for now. So then, how about we loot those dead hunters as a start for preparing to return this favor? Since it seems that the person who saved us isn't interested in their equipment at all, so we can sell them for money and use it for replenishing your nanomachine. Geez, that stranger really helped us with a lot of things today. You can say that again. Elena and Sarah laughed as they were having that conversation. After that, Elena and Sarah looted the corpses of the dead hunters and safely returned back to the city. They went to the ruins chasing an unconfirmed rumor and placed their bet on that rumor. Then because of their blunder, they almost lost their lives and something more important than that. But the money that they got from selling the equipment they looted from the dead hunters was more than enough for Elena and Sarah to turn over their condition for the better. In short, Elena and Sarah won their bet. Rebuild World Chapter 13 A Proper Hunter. Akira spent his days by training and exploring the ruins. The rumor of the unexplored territory filled with priceless relics where even a small kid could go had already died down. After all, Alpha analyzed the market price of the relics and adjusted the quality and quantity of the relics that Akira brought to the exchange center. Akira also got better equipment for himself. He no longer looked like an unarmed amateur kid bringing relics into the exchange center. So the rumor died down quickly and the hunters immediately stopped coming to the Kuzusuhara ruin, which was the source of the rumor. Thanks to that, Akira was able to go relics hunting without any problem. But in contrast, he was not able to earn enough money. After all, in order to avoid the spreading of similar rumors, he was only able to sell half of the relics that he gathered and had to hide the other half. In order to adjust to his worsened financial condition, he moved from 20,000 orum per night into a 4,000 orum per night inn. He was staying in 4 tatami mats wide room with no other amenities other than a shower. Even so, it was way more comfortable than sleeping in the slum city's alley. But Akira could not deny that he was also missing the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. It was not easy to lower his life standard when he had experienced a better one before. As such, Akira frequently wondered when he would be able to get back to that lifestyle. Alpha only smiled like usual, trying to soothe Akira. She also told Akira that once he got enough skill and position, no one would doubt him if he brought expensive relics to the exchange center. Then he would be able to quickly return back to the lifestyle where he could take a bath in a bathtub every day. Behind her ever-present smiling face, Alpha kept a close watch on Akira. Akira's daily chores of training and exploring the ruins changed after Akira brought relics to the exchange center for the 10th time. After he finished the transaction as usual, and was about to go back home, Nojima suddenly called him. Wait for a second. Take this with you. Nojima gave Akira a map drawn on a piece of paper and a plastic card. It was a map of the city boundary, and there was a marker on it. There's just a little bit of something that you need to do, but you only need to show this card to whoever is there. Well then, good luck out there, Ajira. My name is Akira. Ajira was the name that was mistakenly written on his hunter ID. Nojima laughed when he saw Akira was annoyed. Your name was submitted as such in the database, you know. Did you mistakenly submit the wrong name? Who the heck is the guy who did your application? That damn guy. Anyway, you can correct your name there, so get going. After saying that, Nojima just cheerfully sent Akira off. The outer wall that surrounded the middle district of Kagomayama City was frequently boasted for its durability. It could keep the inner part safe and sound even if it was assaulted. That thick and tall wall which physically, economically and socially separated the inner and the outer side was brimming with power, so much that it would awe anyone who saw it up close. There was a big tall building along the wall called Kagama Building. It was a checkpoint that connected the inner and the outer part of the city, and it was a very important building for the city. There was a hunter office inside that building, and it handled a different kind of function compared to the hunter office where Akira applied as a hunter. It was an office that managed all the hunter activities around Kagamayama City. Akira looked at the building. Its intimidating appearance showcased the authority, financial power, and military power that it held. It was just simply too much for a small kid from the slum. The marker on the map led to the corner where the hunter office was located. This is the place, right? Yep, let's go in. Yeah. Akira nervously followed Alpha, who already entered the building. If Akira was alone, he would have hesitated and it would have taken some time before he could enter the building. But it was thanks to Alpha's presence that he could muster little courage to immediately enter the building. Akira was frozen in awe by the appearance of the huge hall filled with decorations and the hunters who were present there. Some of them were carrying a gun bigger than their own body, some of them were using high-grade enhancing clothes, and some of them even had metallic skin, a common trait of cyborgs. All of them looked so much different compared to Akira, a small boy who just finished his hunter application. Akira, they're not your enemies. It's not like they're going to attack you, so calm down. Okay. There's nothing you can get from just standing there. Let's finish what we came here for. You do know what you should do, right? And no. This way then. Akira, who grew up in the slum, had no idea what he should do here. It was thanks to Alpha's support that he was able to proceed without any trouble. The reception counters of the hunter office were located on the first floor. He headed to an unmanned reception machine that functioned as a ticket printer. He used the card that he received from Nojima to register his name on the waiting list. He then moved to a corner to wait for his turn so as to not bother anyone else. When his name was called, he moved to the counter and showed his ticket and card to the girl who was working behind that counter. I was told to show this, but... The girl showed a formal smile. Her expression and fake smile were suddenly shaken when she saw the card that Akira was showing. But she immediately remembered her position as an office worker and regained her composure. She then took the card and used her terminal to read the card. Please let me confirm it. Are you Ajira-sama? Akira answered back nervously. Yes. Wait, no. My name is Akira. The name submitted into the database was a wrong name. The girl then bowed and apologized. I apologize. Well then, Akira-sama, congratulations on your promotion to a rank 10 hunter. Please allow me to reconfirm the registered information and reprint the card. Shall I give you a guide for the reissuance of your hunter ID and the steps to correct the wrong information? Yes, please. With pleasure. Looking at how Akira was behaving, the receptionist thought that he was not really knowledgeable about the process. As such, following her duty as a receptionist, she politely offered her help to Akira and continued to give an explanation about what he should do. The hunter office sorted the hunters by their ranks. The lowest was rank 1. People would regard hunters with a high rank in high regard. In order to climb the rank, you would need to do business in the exchange center affiliated with the hunter office or accept quests from the hunter office or the companies affiliated with it. In short, the more contributions you offer to the Eastern District corporate government, the higher your rank would be. If you climbed to a high enough rank, you would be able to access and gather relics from ruins that were restricted under the authority of the corporate government. The higher your rank, the more priority you will be given in the waiting list. You would also be able to get your hands on high-tech weapons, those that normally would not be offered for sale to low-rank hunters due to its cost, size, and firepower. You might even be allowed to handle forbidden guns. There were some quests issued by the hunter office, and the companies affiliated to it also had a rank restriction. Only high-ranking hunters were able to take quests with a high level of privacy and restriction. After all, lower-rank hunters would not even know the existence of these quests. Other than these benefits, many hunters were climbing the rank for popularity and honor. Akira was at rank 10. It was the starter rank for those hunters who registered their name with their company employee ID or citizenship ID. In short, it was an amateur rank for commoners. Slum citizens who did not even have a personal ID would start as rank 1 hunter when registering themselves as a hunter. They usually registered their name using a piece of paper with their name written on it. Then after they brought relics to the exchange center for a certain number of times and earned a certain amount of money from those relics, they would start getting recognized as someone who was motivated and had the skill to be a hunter. Then eventually the hunter office would recognize them as someone with potential and rank them up. And after reaching rank 10, the hunter office would finally recognize them as a hunter. The card that Nojima gave to Akira in the exchange center was a proof that Akira was already raised up from ranked 1. Not many people could get that since most of the people would just give up or get killed midway. Then among those who were ranked up, some were seen as very potential hunters and got special treatment. One of them was a free first reissuance for their hunter ID. After finishing her explanation, the receptionist gave Akira a small booklet. It was made with high-quality paper with the logos of the Eastern corporate government and the hunter office printed on its cover. It was filled with all kinds of information about hunters and everything related to it. She then continued Akira's registration process. Akira-sama, since your request was to fix your registered name, can you please tell me your correct name again? It's Akira. Akira answered back with a puzzled look. The girl asked again with a serious face. Akira-sama, the registration today is different compared to the temporary registration that you did before. The information registered today will be forwarded as a full registration and basically added as a complement to the missing information. Moreover, we will accept today's change in the registered data taking into account the fact that we had mistakenly registered your name. From now on, any request for change will need a thorough inspection and depending on your reason, your request might even be rejected, so please remember it. The name registered in your hunter ID will be the name used to identify you and anything related to you such as your family, land, country, class, etc. With that in mind, are you sure you want to change your registered name to Akira? Akira could not immediately answer that question. Akira had no relatives at all. He had no family and not even a record about his family. When he first began understanding the world around him, he already found himself in the slums of the Kagomayama city. He even had no love for the slums. He stayed there just because he had no ability to get out from the slum, so it was not like he felt any sense of belonging or anything. He also did not belong to any faction inside the slum city. He was always alone. If someone asked him to identify himself, he could not say anything else than his name. That was why, when he thought that he could change his name here, he realized that he actually had no restriction whatsoever in changing his identity. Changing his name now would not cause him any kind of inconvenience. After all, there was no one who was using his name for calling him, of course save for Alpha, who was a special case. After a short silence, Akira said with a serious look, Akira, my name is Akira. Please register me with this name. If I want to change it, I'll just change it later. But if my request is refused, then it might mean that I should not change my name after all. Certainly. After operating the terminal, the receptionist handed over a new hunter ID to Akira. Akira kept staring at his hunter ID that he just received. It changed from a cheap-looking piece of paper into a card made of hard plastic. There was a deep meaning in the change of materials. Please be careful not to lose it. Another reissuance would require more money and another inspection. And in the worst-case scenario, all of your past achievements might even get erased and your rank might be revoked back to amateur. Then the girl smiled and bowed. That will conclude your registration. I sincerely pray for your success ahead. Her politeness was just a formality, but it also meant that he was finally regarded as a real hunter. Akira smiled back and left the place. He exited the Kagama building while happily looking at his new hunter ID. Looking at his action, Alpha smiled and congratulated him. Akira, you finally became a hunter. Congratulations. Thank you. So I wasn't a hunter all this time, huh? You were just a self-proclaimed hunter all along. Sadly enough, you'll only get laughed at if you showed that piece of paper and say that you're a hunter. As Akira was looking at his new hunter ID, he made an expression as if he just realized something. You're right. The name written in this hunter ID was his correct name. Akira smiled when he read it. This means that I finally can actually call myself a hunter. Huh? This hunter ID also functioned as Akira's ID. Although if he showed that card to the shops, they would only regard him as an amateur. Even so, this card was more useful as his ID. Akira felt that it was a huge improvement. At least, he was no longer a denizen of the slum city with no identification. People would say that one was able to reach success as a hunter only after they piled up achievements and made their hunter ID a revered hunter ID. Having a revered hunter ID would carry a lot of meaning. And on this day, Akira finally took his first step to reach success. Noticing Akira, who might just spend all his time staring at his hunter ID if left alone, Alpha made a bitter smile and warned him. "How long are you going to keep looking at it? Just put it away already. You'll look suspicious if you keep doing that." The area around the Kagama building was well maintained compared to the other places inside the lower district. If Akira got caught here because he looked suspicious, it would be far more troublesome compared to if he was arrested in other places. As such, Akira immediately put away his hunter ID in panic. "Now then, you have registered as a common hunter. So let's immediately go by the thing that a common hunter like you must have." "A thing that I must have? What am I going to buy?" "An information terminal." Hunters usually bought, sold, shared and exchanged useful information such as the location of ruins, the map of ruins and the details about the monsters who live in the ruins on the internet. It helped them to effectively work as hunters, bring back a lot of relics and make the Eastern District prosper. The widely available information terminal was the foundation of the information network. When the Tatsumori Manufacturing finally completed their cheap but advanced product for the livelihood of the hunters, the information terminal quickly spread among the hunters. Even now, the market for hunter specialized goods was monopolized by Tatsumori Manufacturing. As such, the Tatsumori Manufacturing had risen up in power and now is one of the companies in the corporate government. Moreover, the information terminal produced by Tatsumori Manufacturing is regarded as an important product in the Eastern District because of its influence. As such, for the benefit of the Eastern District, the information terminal was mass-produced and sold cheaply. So even someone like Akira is able to buy one for himself. Since the information terminal had completely assimilated in the hunter's life, companies and the hunter office usually sent their requests through the information terminal. Even now, they said that the information terminal was an absolute necessity for hunters. Akira then went to an information terminal specialist shop near the hunter office and bought an information terminal by following Alpha's instructions. Akira spent almost all the money he earned for buying the information terminal. And also, the terminal was actually a simple information terminal made especially for amateurs. Akira had no idea to set up the terminal, so he had the shop clerk set it up for him. While the shop clerk was setting up his information terminal, he said to Akira that he would need Hunter ID to finish the setup. Akira thought that a chance to use his new Hunter ID had finally come and happily showed his Hunter ID. After returning back to his narrow room, Akira started thinking seriously. He had calmed down after getting his new Hunter ID and information terminal, so he started thinking that he would work hard in the future since he had become a common hunter now, but then he suddenly realized something and got worried about his current condition. "Alpha, I've used all my money to buy the information terminal, so I don't even have any money to pay for the room tomorrow. Are we going to be okay?" Akira thought that Alpha must have thought of something and expected a reassuring answer from Alpha. But Alpha just smiled and said, "Nope, we're not. That's why we'll go hunt for relics tomorrow." Akira was a bit shocked and looked at Alpha, but she returned back with a smile and they just kept staring at each other for some time. Akira then let out a sigh and ended the silence. Akira knew that he could not win if he argued against Alpha. Since he spent almost all of his money on the information terminal, he could only assume that the information terminal was worthy of that money. He thought that he would be able to accept her argument if he decided to ask Alpha the reason anyway. Moreover, exploring the ruin took a lot of stamina. As such, rather than spending his energy trying to argue with Alpha, Akira thought that he should quickly get rest instead. And so, although he had a lot of questions, he just decided not to ask them. "You still have some ammo left from before, so I think you're alright for the ammo." "You're right. Starting from tomorrow, you'll use the information terminal for exploring the ruin. So give me a hand in setting the terminal." "HM? Didn't we finish that in the shop before?" "It's the setting frequently used by a common hunter. Now we're going to set it to suit your need, Akira. We need to completely overwrite the setting so that it's easier for you to receive my support. But I can't operate the terminal, so you'll have to help me with it." So basically, the information terminal will be set such that it's easier for me to use, right? I understand. It might take at least until midnight, so give your best, okay? Eh? Akira was surprised and looked at Alpha. He could see that Alpha just smiled as usual, but she was not joking. As such, he suddenly felt so tired and his face loosened. Akira kept working on the terminal setting by following Alpha's instructions. What he did actually was only operating the buttons on the panel that also functioned as a monitor, inputting information and choosing options. Akira actually knew nothing about what he was doing. When Akira put in symbols, characters and numbers that he did not understand, other unknown symbols, characters and numbers were displayed. Akira just kept choosing options following Alpha's instruction, as if he was a robot. It was a series of mundane actions that Akira did not know the meaning behind. It was torturous enough to make people lose their minds. All of these repeated meaningless mundane actions made Akira's mind wander into strange directions. He had no idea what he was doing. Was he really setting the terminal? Or was it one of the rumored magic from the Western District? Or was it some kind of ritual for calling an unknown entity? Just like what Alpha said, the setting was not finished even after midnight. But Akira just kept doing it with a blank mind. And finally it was finished. Akira, it's done. It's finally over, huh? Actually, there are still some parts that need adjustment. But it doesn't look like you can do it now. I'll do the rest so you can just go ahead and sleep. The date had already changed. Realizing that, Akira suddenly felt more tired. He just dove into his bed while leaving his information terminal lying on the floor. Then he let tiredness lead him to sleep. The information terminal kept working on its own while Akira was sleeping. The next morning, Akira woke up from Alpha's voice just like usual. But when he turned towards the source of the voice, he did not see Alpha. Alpha! Over here! With a puzzled look, Akira turned to the source of the voice that was somehow different from usual. He saw an image of Alpha smiling and waving at him from inside the terminal that was lying on the floor. He realized that Alpha's voice came out from the terminal rather than sent directly into him. There was also a limit on the sound that an information terminal could produce. That was why it felt rather strange for Akira. Akira took the terminal and held it in front of him. He could see Alpha smiling at him. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I put myself inside the information terminal. You know? Yes. Akira was still disoriented just after waking up, so his reaction was rather dull. Seeing his reaction, Alpha looked rather dissatisfied. That was a weak reaction. Are you not surprised? Compared to the sudden appearance of a girl who I can see but not touch, which really gave me a paradigm shift, this is nothing. By the way, are we going to communicate with each other through this terminal from now on? I don't mind if you prefer either way. So which one do you prefer? After taking his time thinking for a bit, Akira answered back casually, let's communicate like before. It's too much work if I have to take out my terminal every time I want to talk with you. Okay. Alpha suddenly vanished from the terminal and appeared beside Akira just like usual. With a presence and voice which felt so real that they could not be compared to the one from the terminal, Alpha happily made a mischievous smile while coming closer to Akira's face and said in such a provocative voice, as I thought, compared to the small monitor of the terminal, you would rather have me beside you like this, right? Yeah, right, you're not wrong. Akira was flustered and turned his face away as he just blurted out a random answer. Alpha smiled satisfied looking at how Akira's face turned beet red. Akira was heading to the Kuzusuhara ruin for relics hunting again. He was very excited as he was traversing the wasteland near the Kuzusuhara ruin. The reason why he was excited was not because this was his first relics hunting after he became a real hunter, but it was because he was expecting to make money on this trip. He almost ran out of money after spending it on the information terminal. If he returned back from this relics hunt with empty hands, then it would mean that he would go back to sleeping in the slums alley again. He who had already gotten used to living in a small cramped room of the inn, which was way better than sleeping in the back alley of the slum city, would have to return back to the days when he was sleeping in the middle of the road inside the alley. Akira really wanted to avoid that. As such, he took a deep breath and pumped himself up as he was heading to the ruins. All right then, let's go. Wait for a second. What? Alpha was making a dissatisfied look at Akira, who was brimming with excitement. It could be taken that he was able to make that expression since they had that leeway, but it was only until Alpha opened her mouth. Since you got better in using guns, we'll change the difficulty of your training starting from today. To be more precise, I want you to be able to move around without my enemy detection support. We will still keep diving into the ruin, but you should take actions assuming as if you have no enemy detection support from me. Akira was visibly shocked. Alpha's enemy detection was Akira's lifeline. He could not even imagine what would happen to him if he did not have it. Am I going to be okay? Alpha smiled naturally toward Akira, who was filled with anxiety and hesitation. You're not going to be okay. That's why you have to train yourself. Well, you're right, but... Akira was thinking of insisting, but he was in so much shock that he could not say anything. Alpha suddenly made a serious face. If you get better as a hunter, you'll be able to explore other ruins too. After all, you can't expect to keep looking for relics in Kazusuhara ruins only. Also, my enemy detection is significantly weakened outside Kazusuhara ruins. Be more precise how far it's weakened. In the worst-case scenario, it won't even work at all. Akira's face inadvertently puckered. For Akira, that would be simply lethal. Of course, even in that condition, I'll still give my utmost support. But it will be limited. That's why I want you to get used to moving around the ruin while we still have the chance, you understand? I understand. This is only a training though, so do tell me if danger approaches me, okay? Alpha smiled as she nodded to Akira. Of course, but you should properly move around the ruins carefully. Otherwise, it won't be training. Yeah. Basically, you just need to move around as you like. If you do anything dangerous or do something that you should not do, I'll give you a warning. So then let's start. Akira took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Although it was only a training and Alpha's detection was still working, but he had to think he had no enemy detection support as he was going to explore the ruins. Now suddenly the ruins became a very dangerous place in Akira's mind. Moreover, in reality the ruins were more dangerous than he thought. It was just that Alpha's existence made it look safer before. It made Akira realize that he was actually spoiled up until now, as he was not used to the feeling that he is feeling now. But even so, he steeled his resolve and stepped forward. Stop! He got a warning right on his first step. Right off the bat, huh? You should confirm the safety of the ruins from here using your binoculars first. Confirm whether there are monsters or not. And if you spot a monster, think whether you can win against that monster or you should withdraw. Think carefully before you make any decisions. It was ultimately correct. So Akira could only smile bitterly, remembering that he was about to step into the ruins carelessly. So then he took out his binoculars and looked at the ruin. He did not spot any monster. They might be just hiding, but it was way better than stepping forward without checking anything. It looks alright to me. Before moving forward, look at your information terminal. Akira then looked at the information terminal that was attached to his arm. Since it was a product especially made for hunters, it came with a strong belt that Akira used to fit the terminal in a place where he could easily look at. There was a Chibi Alpha displayed on the terminal monitor, and it was giving an instruction to Akira. After Akira followed that instruction, a map popped out in the monitor. This is the map of the Kazusuhara ruins. Even if you are only going to hunt for relics rather than searching aimlessly, you should decide where you want to search and which route you want to take. Although it is important to choose places where the probability of finding relics are more, it is even more important for you to think of an escape route in case you encounter a monster. So plan carefully and adjust your action according to the situation around you. Even if you tell me so much, I still don't know what exactly I should do. It's also a form of training for you to think about it. Akira kept staring at the map with a grim face. There was a lot of information written on the map, but for Akira or even for other people too, it was hard to analyze that information and plan on a route. But even so, Akira racked his brain and tried his best before moving towards the ruins. The outskirts of the Kazusuhara ruins were filled with abandoned buildings. Akira had some memories of calmly walking through this place, but the place was very different from what he remembered. As such, Akira was making a grim face as he walked through it. He walked slowly and carefully, trying to watch his surroundings as much as he could. Although he watched his surroundings very carefully, it did not have much effect on Akira's survivability. Akira, who was moving around without enemy detection, was like a total amateur. There were so many different places around him where enemies could lay waiting for him, like from the windows of the abandoned buildings, or from behind the wreckage around him. But if he kept worrying about his enemy's existence, there would be no end to it, and he had no time to check all the nook and cranny around him. And if he failed to check and there were actually enemies hiding, then during a real fight it would spell the end of Akira life. The ruins were simply such a dangerous place. But even so, many hunters put their life at stake diving into the ruins looking for relics. They would either end up reaping profits in exchange for risking their lives or lose the bet and their lives in the ruins. The training continued. Akira got a warning every time he took a few steps forward. How to move without making any sound, how to check whether a route was prone to surprise attack or not, the posture that would allow him to immediately make a counterattack, and how to keep that posture in places with difficult footings, the priority of things that he should check from around him. Akira was lacking all these skills. Because of that, Akira took about an hour to pass through the place that usually took him just a few minutes. Although he did not encounter any monster, the strain that he got from surveying his surroundings greatly exhausted him. Compared to Akira, Alpha knew better just how exhausted Akira was. So she decided that it would be dangerous if they continued and stopped the training there. Let's stop your training here today. There's no danger around, so you can rest easy. Akira loosened up a bit and let out a big sigh from the exhaustion. He then looked back to see just how far he had come. He could see that he just passed the border between the ruins and the wasteland. He then let out a sigh, realizing just how incompetent he was. So I only went this far, huh? It seems that I have a lot of things to work on in the future. You'll be able to move faster with more experience. Moreover, once you get a better information terminal, it would be able to greatly help you in detecting enemies. Keep up with your training, get better equipment, and let's become a capable hunter. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Looking at how Alpha was smiling brightly and gently at him, Akira was able to reassure himself. You're right. I just can't rush this kind of thing. That's right. Now then, we should go looking for relics. So let's continue forward with my enemy detection support. Let's go. Akira just left the enemy detection to Alpha as he delved deep into the ruins. He was able to traverse through the same distance that he took an hour alone in just a few minutes. As he moved deeper into the ruins, the road that was actually designed for easy access turned into a labyrinth due to the wreckages from the buildings that were blocking the road. Akira kept comparing his surroundings with the map as he was walking, and then he made a puzzled look. Alpha, about this map though, isn't this map wrong in many places? Of course it is. Akira was surprised when he heard just how casually Alpha answered that. So it is indeed incorrect, huh? And it's to be expected, huh? That map is download for free from the internet after all. So it was an inaccurate map. As for a more accurate map, you would need to pay money and get it from a source that you can trust. Moreover, the map displayed is from the time when that terminal was produced, so there's no guarantee in its accuracy. There are cases when powerful monsters went on a rampage and completely changed the contours of the place. There are also cases where hunters who were trying to destroy a wall for searching relics but ended up destroying the whole building too. There are many other things that happened and changed the condition of the ruins. So with that in mind, you should also train yourself so that you can use the map as much as possible despite all of this. Among the hunters, there were those who were known as map brokers. They used all kinds of methods to make a map of ruins and earned their living from selling those maps. Their maps were filled with useful information containing a detailed map of the inner part of a dangerous ruin, the type and number of monsters that roamed the ruin, and the list of relics that were found in that ruin. Sometimes the value of the map of ruin could even go beyond the value of the relics that you could find in that ruin. Akira was listening closely to Alpha. He only had a shallow knowledge of hunters. He had thought that hunters were people who only explored the ruins, killed monsters and earned money from collecting relics. So he was a bit surprised when he heard that some hunters earned money through selling maps. So you can earn money from doing such a thing, huh? Is it really that profitable that you can make a business out of it? Rather than charging into a ruin carelessly, your survivability rate will be way higher if you go inside a ruin with a detailed plan. If you can buy your safety with money, then there are a lot of hunters out there who are willing to buy it, even if they have to pay a big amount for it. So the ability to collect information about a ruin is also an important skill for a hunter. Huh. Yep, that's right. I'm sure you know it yourself just how dangerous it is to get into a ruin without having any information beforehand, right? Akira smiled bitterly as he remembered the time when he hadn't met Alpha. Well, it's true that I would have died if I didn't meet you back then. So thank you once again. Alpha smiled with invincibly. Please show your gratitude with action. To be more precise, work hard so you can fulfill my request. I'm not rushing you or anything though. Please be patient about that. I have a high expectation from you. Akira replied back casually, but there were no lies in his words. And it was the same for Alpha, who was smiling at Akira. But it was a different problem as to how sincere it was deep inside their hearts. After finishing their relics hunt for the day, Akira reconfirmed the relics that he was bringing back. Alpha, is it just me? Or did we really bring more relics than usual today? You're a real hunter now, so I thought it might be a good idea to increase the relics. I'll keep increasing the quantity from now on, but of course I'll adjust it according to your ability. So let's work hard earning money for buying better equipment, ammo, training, study, and for taking breaks too. Even for you too. I'm sure that you want to stay in a room with a bathtub. Akira nodded strongly. Yes, I want to. So should we get more relics? Alpha just smiled to Akira, who got motivated so easily. Nope. Okay. Alpha smiled mischievously as Akira hung his head low, disappointed. Rebuild World Chapter 14, A Lost Wallet. Akira just returned from the ruins and went straight to the slum. The rucksack on his back was filled with more relics than usual. People with good eyes could easily discern that Akira was a hunter who just came back with a lot of relics from the ruins. The safety of the slum city normally got better closer to the wall and worse closer to the wasteland, especially for the slum area that was bordering the wasteland. The safety in the slum area was really bad. Hunters who wanted to avoid any troubles would take a detour and enter the lower district without passing through the slum city. After all, there were people who were blinded by their greed for relics and immediately turned violent. Most of them ended up as a new addition to countless dead bodies in a particular area in the slum city. It showed the inhabitants of the slum city the difference between those people who regularly fought against monsters and those who did not. Akira did not even bat an eyelash and just went straight to the slum city. After all, it was faster for him to go to the exchange center through the slum city. Not to mention that since he grew up in the slum city, he was already used with the public order here. After all, nothing happened so far when he passed through the slum city so many times since he became a hunter. But something was not normal today. Alpha suddenly told Akira to keep his guard up. Akira, we're surrounded. Akira stopped and confirmed his surroundings. It did not look like he was surrounded. There were more people around him than usual, and that was all. But Akira did not question Alpha's detection ability and kept his guard up. Is it possible for me to win? Even if it was true that he was surrounded, there were many possibilities as to why he was surrounded. It might be just a form of greeting or just light intimidation, or maybe he just got caught himself when they were aiming for someone else. But then, Akira immediately understood that he was the target. As such, he immediately took a pose by which he could quickly shoot back if he was suddenly attacked. Alpha remembered the time when Akira decided to kill everyone when he was saving Elena and her friend in the Kuzusuhara city ruins. As such, she asked Akira, "Are you thinking of fighting them? How far do you want to go this time? If it doesn't seem like I can win, then I'll just run and think about the next course of action depending on the enemies." They surrounded Akira and intimidated him. But if the intimidation did not work and it was not worth it, they would just withdraw. Akira did not mind if that happened. But if they tried to extort relics from him, Akira had no wish to give them any. He had become a real hunter. He was no longer a small boy from the slum who would just throw his money that he had desperately collected so that they would spare him. That was the last thing he would do. That was why it depended on his enemies. If he had to choose to kill them all or not, Akira had already decided he would kill them if he had a chance. Alpha then gave a suggestion. It was true that he did kill those hunters down to the last man at that time, although they were not even attacking him. But their enemies this time seemed to be willing to talk with him. It was rather strange considering the situation, but it did not affect his winning chance. If you want to do that, then I won't stop you. But if I decide that it's getting dangerous, then obey my order and run away. Okay? Alright. I too don't want to die after all. As Akira was standing still and was watching his surroundings, the encirclement was completed. All the alleys and escape routes around him were blocked by the slum people. Then 3 men came out from among the people surrounding him. Those 3 men looked different from the other people around him. They were wearing armor that was a bit dirty and damaged, and they were carrying an anti-monster gun rather than a simple handgun. Basically, they were hunters who fell from grace. Akira knew immediately that these men were the leaders of the people who were surrounding him. Then, in order to show that he was not scared, Akira shouted at them casually, "Unfortunately, I'm not rich to be able to pay the toll, so just go and hit someone else instead. Okay?" Those men laughed. Among them, a man called Sibia shook his head. "Stop lying. You're carrying a lot of relics on your back, aren't you? I don't know where you got them, but I'm sure I can find more from where you found them, right?" Akira tensed up, and it was visible from his expression. Looking at that, Sibia just laughed as if he expected that would happen. Sibia aiming for Akira was half coincidence. He was spreading his net since he started gathering information about his next prey. There were countless gangs in the slum city, and many of them were led by fallen hunters. These were hunters who did not have the skill and equipment to earn money in the wasteland, but enough to use in the narrow space of the slum city, and a touch of violence to earn money there. These hunters would gather minions and form a gang. Sibia was one of those hunters. Although he was not one of the big fish here, his gang was pretty powerful and they had a base in the slum city. Akira was caught in the net that they were spreading. Sibia imagined just how much Akira had in his rucksack and mocked him. "You're a boy from the slum too, right? Then we should help each other, right? I have a lot of people under me, so we're having a hard time surviving here, you see." Sibia looked around to the people who were surrounding Akira, as if to say that they were his minions, and threatened Akira that he could not escape. "Don't worry. As long as you give me all your money, belongings, and all the information you have, we won't kill you." The 2 people beside Sibia readied their guns and pointed them at Akira. They were laughing, indicating that they thought Akira was weaker than them, and had no ability to win against their number. But Sibia could see that there was not even a trace of fear from Akira's expression. Akira looked at Sibia with a grim face. "If I refuse, are you going to kill me? If you kill me, you won't get any information, you know." "That depends on you. You can just tell us before we kill you." Akira knew that Sibia and his friends had no plans on letting him live. Akira let out a big sigh and hung his head. Looking at that, Sibia thought that Akira had surrendered, so he lowered his guard as well. Behind the weakness that he was showing to those people, Akira actually already made up his mind. Alright, I don't want to die anyway." Hearing those words, they lowered their guard further as they unconsciously took off their finger from the trigger and lowered their guns. "Alpha. Ready when you are." With that short telepathic conversation, Sibia and his friend's fate were sealed. Akira suddenly turned to his side. Sibia and the other men were baited by that and looked to the direction where Akira was looking. The next moment, Akira pulled out his AAH assault gun and started shooting while running as fast as he could toward the direction that Alpha instructed. Those who had bad luck got shot and screamed in pain. Since they had already lowered their guard, they were late to react. Not to mention that they were surrounding Akira. Any shot that they missed would hit their friends on the other side of the encirclement instead, so they ended up aiming more carefully, which made their reaction much slower. There were those who tried to shoot Akira with reflex, but none hit their mark. Alpha had already calculated the safest path in case they started shooting at Akira, and he was running through that very path. Alpha's calculation was perfect. Despite all the bullets that were shot at him, not even a single bullet hit him. Akira followed Alpha's instruction and dove into an alley. Of course, the men who were blocking that alley were thinking of shooting at Akira, but they were so surprised that their reaction was delayed. Thus Akira was able to shoot them freely in close range. Those men were only using a simple cloth rather than an armor, so the anti-monster bullet penetrated them without any resistance. The alley was decorated by corpses and the ground was flooded with blood in an instant. But Akira did not even bat an eyelash on that terrible scene as he ran further and further away without looking back at the people who were trying to kill him. Shouts and screams echoed in the area. Majority of Shibuya's minions thought that Akira was only a small boy, who would give away everything with a little intimidation. They did not even imagine that it would turn into a shootout. The people who were coerced to come with Shibuya started to fear for their own lives and ran away. Shibuya and his two friends were only lightly wounded, thanks to their armor. Shibuya was shot but it did not hinder him in the fight, but even so, the pain from the hit was immense as it was visible from his expression. He screamed in anger because of the pain he suffered. That damn boy looking down on us. You guys go and chase him. I'll take another route and circle him. You guys. Stop standing there and chase that boy. We'll surround him. The two men beside Shibuya immediately set off chasing Akira, but the other people were only standing there, scared for their own life. Looking at that, Shibuya clicked his tongue and pointed his gun at them. Get going. Else forfeit your lives here. Finally, the rest of Shibuya's gang started moving. He clicked his tongue and went to another alley chasing after Akira. Akira took a turn not too deep into the alley and stopped. He immediately turned back and pointed his gun to the alley that he just passed. The corner worked like a shield that blocked the view. But he could precisely aim at the people who were chasing him because of the detection support that Alpha added into his vision. To make it easier for Akira to see, Alpha even outlined the enemy with a red border. Shibuya even intimidated his gang members with his gun to make them chase after Akira. They still thought that Akira was desperately trying to run away from them. Due to this, they did not notice Akira as they just blazed through the alley without confirming their surroundings. Akira remained hidden and silently readied his gun. The moment they ran into the alley defenselessly, Akira showered them with bullets. The few people who ran into the alley directly took the bullet and fell into the ground, while the people behind them indirectly took the bullet and screamed in agony, which was followed by the people behind them. The ground was painted red with their blood. Alpha, how many people left? Most of the people that surrounded you already started running away. So you just need to kill the leader and his aides, which means at least 3 more people left. Hide there. Akira hid in one side of the alley. It did not take long before the rest of the gang who were still alive arrived there, and shot a few shots to check the corner before carefully moving forward. Because Akira precisely followed Alpha's instruction, he did not get hit by their bullets. Moreover, thanks to his long history of living in the back alley of the slum city, he could hide so well that a small peek would not be enough to discover him. The guy who stepped into the alley thought that Akira was not there, and stood there exposing his whole body. The moment he did that, Akira's bullet went through his forehead. 2 more left. Refill your magazine while you have the chance. Roger that. Akira calmed down and changed his gun's magazine while his downed enemies were still screaming in pain. Shibuya was trying to circle Akira. At first he was running in anger, but he calmed down with time and his anger started to change into confusion. Guys, what's going on over there? He tried to contact his subordinates through wireless communication, but there was no connection at all. He was getting irritated, but he tried to fake courage to replace the anxiety in his heart. Damn it! The gunshot that echoed from the distance had already stopped. Shibuya could only think of 2 possibilities. Either his minions had a shootout with Akira and finished him, or the exact opposite of that. He hoped that the former had happened. And as to the reason why he could not contact his minions, it was either because the communication device was destroyed during the shootout or they were injured and could not reply back. Both of these were possible scenarios. But Shibuya also imagined about what would happen to him if the actual situation was outside his expectation. What the heck is with that boy? He isn't just a normal boy, huh? Shibuya thought that Akira was only a lucky boy. It was a conclusion that he made after hearing a rumor about a small boy who accidentally found a hidden place filled with relics left by some dead hunters. If that was true, then even a child with no power would be able to bring back expensive relics. It also fits the fact that no one found any unexplored area despite so many hunters went looking for it after hearing that rumor. He thought that it must be an amateur who brought back relics knowing nothing about the worth of the relics that he carried. Then a rumor spread after the relics that he brought back was bought by Exchange Center for a surprisingly high price. Shocked by that, He must have stayed low until the rumor died down. And if there were still relics left in that place, then he must have bought some equipment while trying not to raise any suspicion using the money that he received from his first expedition. He would be planning to go back to that place once the rumor had died down. Sibia thought that it was around the time for that to happen and ordered his subordinates to watch out for someone that looked like the child from that rumor. Then he really found such a boy. Thus he felt more confident in himself. Not to mention that the boy looked way weaker than he thought. That boy did not look like someone who could survive in the ruins and the wasteland that he himself could not. But he had lost his confidence now. He thought that he would get killed if he stepped forward, so he was just frozen in place and could not step forward. Is it better if I just run away? If that boy really killed my men, I can just come up with some kind of excuse later and… Sibia could not decide what to do, and it became a fatal mistake. Whether he would run away or fight back, he should have made the decision faster. After all, if he decided to fight back, then he would have more time to prepare himself, and if he decided to run, then he would have more time to escape. The time was of the essence for his survivability. Gunshots suddenly echoed in the air. Sibia was hit by several bullets. The high-quality armor that he was wearing saved his life. But the impact from the shots made him drop his gun. Then another round of shots echoed. The gun that he dropped was destroyed and he was incapacitated by his injuries. He lost all his ability to fight back and could only lie on the ground. He could see Akira coming out from an alley near him while looking disappointed. Akira was disappointed because Sibia was still alive, although he shot at him with the aim of killing him. Alpha smiled while looking amazed. Good grief, you missed too many shots. You should take a better aim before going for the kill. I'll give my best in my next training. Akira let out a light sigh and walked to Sibia. He then aimed his gun at Sibia's head to finish him off. Sibia panicked. He thought hard for a way to stop Akira from killing him. Wait. It's your win. I'm sorry. I'll give you my money. I have a lot of money, you know. So please just stop. Why are you aiming for me? It's because I heard that there's a boy who is not that strong but has a lot of money. But I was mistaken. You're strong. So please spare me. If you spare me, I'll even be your minion. I'll let you replace my position as the gang leader. I have influence even on the other gangs too, you know. You'll definitely get more profit if you let me live. I have a lot of useful information about the slum city too. It'll be useful for your survival. I can help you too. You don't want to get attacked like this again in the future, right? I can talk to other gangs so they won't attack you ever again. So spare me, okay? Akira just stood there staring at Sibia, who was pleading for his life. Alpha just kept observing Akira while smiling. I understand that, after all, I don't want to die too. Sibia smiled after hearing those words. But suddenly his face turned pale. Or so I said back then, right? But you didn't stop, that's why you're going to die here. Akira pulled the trigger and shot Sibia's head from a close distance, which instantly killed him. Alpha, how about the others? The rest ran away already. Good work out there. Akira looked at Alpha, who was smiling, and confirmed that he won. He then let out a sigh of relief and made a troubled face. For some reason, I feel like I've been killing only people lately since I became a hunter. And here I thought I would start fighting against monsters more often. Well, if you look from your perspective, they were trying to kill you without any good reason. So I don't think they're any different from those monsters. If you want to start fighting monsters, you should work harder to get stronger. I can't exactly recommend fighting monsters with your current ability. It's not like I want to fight monsters. It's the same with these guys. They thought that it's better to fight me rather than fighting against those monsters. That's why they decided to attack me. In their eyes, I look like a lost wallet that they found lying on the ground. I have to make them stop looking at me like that, otherwise this kind of thing will just happen again and again. Good grief. And remember that wallet gets thicker every time you sell relics to the exchange center. So let's be more careful now onward. Akira looked like he did not want to kill any more humans, but Alpha ignored it and just kept smiling like usual. Bandits would not just go attacking people indiscriminately. Even for those who attack people for money at random, they would refrain from attacking others if they think that they might get shot back instead. So for people in the slum city who wanted to pile up money, they at least had to have the ability to protect themselves. The thicker the wallet got or the more money that Akira had, then stronger and stronger people would come attacking him for that money, at least until the list of dead people who tried to attack Akira outweighed the money that Akira was carrying. Akira then left the area and took a big detour, avoiding the slum city as he was heading to the exchange center. All the dead bodies that scattered around were added to the list of foolish people who met their ends that day. A few days after that fight, a young girl by the name of Cheryl was standing in the middle of an alley in the slum city. She looked confused. Cheryl was a member of Sibia's gang. But after Sibia and his friends were killed, the gang was disbanded and some of the leftover members joined other gangs. But there were also people who could not transfer to other gangs. They were those who helped Sibia attack Akira. But even if they helped Sibia, they did nothing much except for just blocking the way. So it was not like they actually attacked Akira, and Akira might not have even looked at them at all. Those people who were able to skillfully make such excuse were able to get accepted into a different gang. But Cheryl was not able to get accepted to a different gang. Although she was just a little girl, she had a nice figure. And despite her life in the slum city which cast a shadow on her beauty, she was still a beautiful girl. Thinking that she would grow up into a more beautiful girl in the future, Sibia took her in, or if you put in bad words, he had his eye on her. That was why when he was attacking Akira, he put her in a relatively safe position. No one knew how far the hunters that got attacked in the slum city would go for their revenge. Sibia might have been killed and the gang might have been disbanded, but no one could guarantee that it was the end of Akira's revenge. There were hunters who were concerned about their safety and decided to thoroughly finish off their revenge targets. Cheryl's position was actually pretty close to Sibia both in the gang and during the attack on Akira. As such, there was a fear that she might be included in Akira's revenge list, thus no gangs were willing to let her join them. Cheryl meekly murmured, "What should I do from now on?" It was really hard for a child to survive in the slum. It was not impossible, but it needed a certain level of skills. As for Cheryl, rather than learning how to survive in the slum city on her own, she was more knowledgeable about how to survive in a group. She knew how to get along and put the right distance with the other people. She was also able to skillfully ascertain and adjust her relationship with other people. If she could not do that, she would get attacked by another gang or be used as an expendable pawn for the benefit of her own gang. And it could be said that compared to her, Akira's skill in that department was simply disastrous. Cheryl knew that nothing would change if she just stood there in confusion, but she just could not come up with a way to fix her situation either. Eventually, the sun had set and the day turned to night. She spent all her time thinking, but no good idea came up in her mind. The desperation that mixed with sleepiness drove her mad. All the ideas that she would not normally consider started to pop up inside her mind, but she immediately rejected them and tried not to think of those ideas ever again. This cycle kept happening inside her mind, which had been dulled by fatigue and sleepiness. The next morning, Cheryl woke up on the side of an alley inside the slum city. Her mind was clear after having a good night's sleep, and so she remembered what had happened the previous day. Since she kept thinking of stupid ideas right until she fell asleep, she already had some kind of plan in her mind. I'll be lying if I say that I'm not pushing this too far, and the chance for success is not that high either. If I fail, I might even get killed. And even if it is a success, I don't know how long I can stay safe. Cheryl was hesitating. To be more precise, she was lost as to why the stupid things that she thought last night looked like a valid choice to her now. It had become a choice that she was willing to do and put her bet on. But if she did not gamble with her fate, she would be forced to stay in her current situation, which was worsening each day, waiting for her death. I have no choice but to do this. Cheryl made up her mind and stood up with a serious look. She then set off to find the person that she put her bet on, the person who destroyed the gang to which she was affiliated with, Akira. Akira had visited Shizuka's shop for a few times already. So much so that Shizuka had already remembered his face. Akira visited the shop again to buy some ammo. When he stepped in, he saw Shizuka talking with two customers at the counter. Akira was about to talk to Shizuka, but he stopped when he saw that the two customers talking to her were someone that he knew. They were Elena and Sarah. Elena was adjusting the armor that she was using and tightening the belt that locked her information terminal in its place. Although she was a bit skinny, she had a pretty good body contour that was unique only for girls. She was tightening the belts that wrapped her good figure to keep the heavy equipment she was carrying in place, which made the contour of her figure more prominent and displayed the beauty of her figure. As for Sarah, she was using a black armor made of an elastic material. She chose that armor since her body would frequently change depending on her nanomachine consumption used for her physical strengthening. It really highlighted her body that had already returned to its glorious state. Her armor tempted anyone who saw to imagine what lies underneath that armor. Moreover, she had already given up stuffing her voluptuous chest in her armor. Now her chest was peeking through the big opening in the front zipper of her armor. A pendant was hanging above her skin. It was made of a reprocessed bullet designed for decoration, and half of that bullet was buried inside her chest. Shizuka was smiling at Sarah. It was both a formal smile to a customer and a friendly smile to a friend. Then she said in a voice as if she was somehow already fed up, "I already heard that story multiple times. About that mysterious person that saved you girls, and how that person just left the equipment of the people that attacked you lying on the ground so that you girls were able to collect all of them and bring them back. Then you girls sold them and earned a lot of money, that you girls are still left with even after using it to replenish Sarah's nanomachine. After all, this is the 5th time you are telling me that story." "Is that so? Then I've told you about the medicine that person gave us, right? Thinking of what just happened back then, I consumed a lot of nanomachines for replenishment just to be safe, but since I used that medicine, my nanomachine consumption rate is strangely low. According to Elena, there's a good chance that it was a medicine from the old world. That's why my chest that I thought would quickly flatten stayed big like this. So the guy's gaze is just..." Sarah just kept talking on and on. Shizuka was a person who loved to talk, but she did not like talking about something multiple times. Even more so if the other person was boasting. When Shizuka was trying to find a way to make Sarah stop, or at least to change the subject, she noticed Akira. "Ah, a customer just came. Let's continue some other time, okay? Welcome, Akira." Akira then walked to the counter and gave Shizuka a bow. "Hello there, Shizuka-san. Can you sell me some ammo again? The usual one is okay with you, right?" "Yes, and also I'm sorry that I'm always only buying ammo when I'm here. Please wait for a bit before I can buy a new gun." "It's fine. You'll be able to gather a lot of money bit by bit if you keep selling small goods consistently. Better be sure to come back alive rather than carelessly trying to earn a lot of money at once." Shizuka then introduced Akira to Elena and Sarah. "This is Akira. He's a hunter just like you girls. Don't you have something to teach him as a senior hunter?" "Nice to meet you. I'm Akira. I'm working as a hunter." Akira pretended that it was their first meeting and bowed his head. Well, it was not like they had actually met before, so it was technically their first time meeting. Shizuka had been friends with Elena and Sarah for a long time. Elena trusted her both as a friend and as the manager of the shop that she was frequenting. Since Shizuka was the one who introduced Akira to her, Elena thought that he must be a good boy and smiled back at Akira. "I'm Elena. And this is Sarah. We're frequent customers of this shop and we're working as hunters too. Wait, doesn't that make us your senior in both senses, huh? Although we look like this, we're actually pretty strong hunters. Or so I want to say, but..." Elena made a bitter smile and just stopped midway. Sarah also made a bitter smile and continued. "We were so close to getting killed recently, but we somehow got lucky and came out alive. You should be careful out there. Being a hunter, you may get killed anytime after all." Elena and Sarah's bitter smiles showed how bad was their experience on that day. It was indeed a dangerous situation. But there was a bit of happiness in that smile after all. They were able to somehow overcome it in the end. Akira nodded. "I understand. I'll be careful out there." Elena looked somehow satisfied with how honest Akira was and replied back with a nod. She then turned to Shizuka and spoke in a tone as if she was teasing Shizuka. "It seems that you have a customer, so we'll head back. After all, I feel bad making you hear Sarah's story all the time." "Well, if you're going to say that, then you should listen to all her story instead of me. There's a limit of how much special service I can give to a frequent customer, you know?" Shizuka replied back with a joke that was mixed with a complaint, to which Elena returned back with a joke too. Maybe Sarah won't have much fun talking with someone who was there too. And also, I'm always listening to her story, you know? Not to mention that we also contribute to your shop sales, So can you just listen to her story in my place from time to time? Then Sarah joined in their conversation. Oh my, in that case then, I'll have you listen to my story when we get back. Elena returned back with another joke while making a scared face. Sure. Let's talk about it so you won't ever try doing that again. Shizuka, see you later. Sarah smiled and immediately ran away from there. Shizuka made a bitter laugh. So that's it, huh? That explains why Sarah would rather talk to me instead. I only use that if it seems that it's going to be a long story. Later then. Alright then, do come again. Shizuka waved at Elena and Sarah as they were left the shop. After that, she immediately turned to Akira. Sorry for the wait. Ammos, right? I'll bring them right away, just wait for a bit. Shizuka went to the back room and brought back the ordered ammo. After Akira put it inside his rucksack, he realized that Shizuka was looking closely at him. Anything wrong? Shizuka did not answer Akira immediately. She kept looking Akira as if she was confirming something. She then unexpectedly asked, Say Akira, why are you keeping secret that you were the one who saved Elena and Sarah? Akira was about to cough, but he was able to hold it in. He then tried to regain his composure as much as possible and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. It's not like you have surplus money, right? From Elena and Sarah's story, it seems that the equipment from the bandits that you defeated earned them a big sum of money. Since you were the one who killed them, there's nothing wrong if you take a portion of it, you know? Well. You have some kind of circumstance, right? If you're not sure whether you can trust them or not, don't worry. I can guarantee you that they're trustworthy. Well, you see. Since being a hunter is a dangerous job, it's important to find a fellow hunter that you can trust. You know? I think this is a good chance for you. Akira's face stiffened as Shizuka was smiling at him, as if she was trying to persuade him. Akira thought that Shizuka was talking under the assumption that he was the one who saved Elena and Sarah. But she had no real proof. So as long as he did not say anything, he might have a chance to dodge it. That was why Akira kept quiet. But then Shizuka continued. I heard it from Elena and Sarah. Akira, you threw a bullet to Elena, right? That bullet, it was among the batch that I sold to you, right? Bullets from my shop have a manufacturing number carved on their shells. It's for the purpose of tracing back the selling route or returning it back to the manufacturer if a defective product is found. After hearing Shizuka's evidence, Akira decided to give up. I'm sorry, can you please keep it a secret? So it was really you, huh? I had no real proof, that's why I was actually asking leading questions, sorry. Akira could not hold his cough. He then asked back in panic. Then about that bullet. They do have manufacturing numbers carved on their shells, but it's not enough as proof. After Shizuka answered back while laughing, she looked at Akira with an expression that said she was sorry. I'm sorry. I know you must have a circumstance that you can just talk to others, so I promise I'll keep it a secret. But still, about the thing that I said, it's still important for you to find fellow hunters that you can trust. After all, there are many bad hunters out there who are also working as bandits. You'll also have a better chance of survival by working together with people that you can trust. You, Elena, Sarah, and other hunters. You guys look like rushing toward your death in my eyes. It's not like I want to criticize other people's way of life, but I at least want to give some advice to my friends so that they can survive longer. I know I've been saying this again and again, but you can trust those girls, you know? I can guarantee it. If you ever change your mind and want to contact Elena and Sarah, you can just tell me anytime. Okay? I understand. And also, thank you for worrying about me. Akira was happy at how nice Shizuka was to him as he smiled and bowed to Shizuka. But if the bullet is not good enough as proof, how did you know it was me? Call it intuition. I did not have any definite proof, but if I have to say, then it's from that bullet that we were talking about. You saw that Sarah was wearing a pendant, right? I heard it's made from the bullet that Elena received from their savior. They said that it's some kind of a lucky charm for them. I somehow had a feeling that it was a bullet from this shop, you see. Moreover, when I introduced you to them, it seems like you were pretending as if it was your first time meeting them. They were talking about their savior whose face, name and voice were unknown. Then there was you pretending as if it was your first meeting with them. so I just connected the dots. Akira looked surprised. He never thought that he would be discovered only because of this. After that, Shizuka seemed hesitant as she said, and also, in case you want to talk to them, you might want to do it soon. After all. Shizuka hesitated a bit, but then she continued while making a bitter smile. It seems that they're so happy that they were saved, so they keep telling me about that story, you know? And looking from their faces when they talk about that story, those are the faces of girls in love. Although Akira was listening silently to Shizuka, he felt that their conversation was heading in a weird direction. But then it turned into a more disturbing direction. Every time I heard the story, it keeps changing for some reason. They started calling that person as him. A mysterious person with unknown age and gender. At this rate, it will only get worse than in the end. Well, this is only my imagination, so there's no need to take it too seriously, but it might turn into something serious. It might turn into a certain son of a rich billionaire who is working as a hunter out of hobby save Sarah and Elena by chance. The reason why he won't tell anything about himself is that he doesn't want any girls stalking him. And the reason why he won't accept any reward and was able to just give a powerful medicine like it was nothing because he is a rich boy. It might even turn into something like that. Or maybe I'm just too worried, huh? The current Akira had no shred of similarities with that rumored man, but it did fit the rumor well. So Akira started to get worried. I'm just a boy from the slum. I don't have any money. That image is far from reality. So as I said, please keep it a secret. Akira and Shizuka just smiled awkwardly at each other, and their conversation just stopped there. Rebuild World Chapter 15 Akira and Cheryl. Akira was having a chat with Alpha on their way back to the inn from Shizuka's shop. Without making any noticeable change in their conversation, Alpha casually said to Akira, "Akira, someone is following us." Again. Since Akira just got attacked the other day, he was clearly irritated now. But his face turned puzzled in the next moment. Wait, it's not like he's planning to attack me in this place, right? The safety of a city depended on the power of the organization responsible for maintaining security there. The security of the area outside and inside of the wall was maintained by private security companies, and they solved most problems that might disturb the safety using force. Although the inn was located near the slum city, this area should be pretty safe. Causing trouble, just like the one that happened to Akira the other day, would mean making enemies with all the people who were reaping benefit from the safety of the place. Safety was an expensive good in the Eastern District. As such, people in the area were strict against those who might disturb their safety. One should carefully choose the place and time to cause a ruckus. Causing a problem here was a completely different matter compared to causing a problem in the slum city. Remembering that he was attacked not too long ago, Akira thought that the one stalking him was planning to attack him too. But even so, he also thought no one was fool enough to cause a ruckus here since it was just simply unthinkable. As Akira tensed up and became more cautious of his surroundings, Alpha said to him, "Don't worry, it doesn't seem like she's planning to attack you. She isn't even armed. She's just following you. Looking at it, rather than simply stalking you, it seems that she wants to talk with you but is hesitating right now. Kira, you should approach her yourself." Akira turned back and searched for the person stalking him. The aforementioned person was clearly marked in Akira's vision by Alpha's support. Thus he was able to immediately find that person. Akira's vision zoomed right to the small girl who was flustered since the person that she was stalking suddenly turned back and stared at her. It was Cheryl. After taking a glance at that girl, Akira judged that she posed no danger. And since he did not feel right if he just dashed and left the girl, he lowered his guard and approached her instead. While on the other hand, Cheryl was getting more and more nervous as Akira approached her. She desperately tried her best to keep calm, although she really wanted to run away as soon as possible from this place. "Calm down. This just means that he saved me the trouble of calling at him first. Just think like that. I can't just turn back now that I've come this far." Although Sibia was one of those fallen hunters, he had the ability to manage a small gang. But the boy approaching Cheryl was able to kill them all. Moreover, he fought back without any hesitation although he was surrounded by enemies. It would not be strange if Akira realized that she was one of the people that tried to kill him, and decided to kill her immediately without letting her say anything since he was not able to do that last time. Cheryl thought that Akira would not even hesitate to kill her, so she clasped her hand hard in fear. Cheryl was betting on the chance that Akira would not remember her. Akira stood beside Cheryl. Cheryl tried to smile, but she ended up making a weird smile since she was so nervous and scared of Akira. "What business do you have with me?" Cheryl was more nervous than before. With Akira standing right beside her, she was able to clearly see Akira's equipment. The assault rifle that caused that tragedy the other day was a rifle for fighting monsters with firepower that could not even be compared to the handgun designed for fighting people. If Akira used that gun to shoot at her, there would be no mistaking that she would be blown to smithereens. She could not help but remember what happened on that shootout and imagined herself ending up as one of those corpses. As such, she could not talk properly. I just want to talk." "Talk? About what?" Akira was puzzled. Cheryl was so scared that she could not talk at all. But even so, she tried her best to calm down and continue the conversation as not to worsen Akira's mood. But before she could do that, Alpha talked to Akira. "Akira, let me tell you something. She was one of the people that attacked you the other day, you know? She was one of those people who surrounded you. Although she immediately ran away the moment you started shooting." "Is that so? So what does this girl have to talk to me?" "No idea. I don't know that far." Akira had lowered his guard even more since Cheryl looked genuinely scared. But after Alpha said that, Akira put his guard back up. Moreover, although it was only for a bit, Akira showed hostility and antagonism toward Cheryl as it could be seen from his face and voice. "So what does a girl that tried to kill me the other day want to talk with me?" Cheryl's mind became blank the moment she heard that. Her brain just could not follow what just happened as her vision started to blur. She started to tremble so hard that it would not be strange if she fainted right there. As she was filled with fear, she imagined what would Akira do next. Would he pull out his gun, point it at her, pull the trigger without any hesitation, then blow her head and scatter her flesh around that area? As that image ran through her mind, she was trembling even more. She was feeling like puking out of fear and nervousness, but there was nothing inside her stomach except her stomach juice. Akira was dumbfounded looking at the girl in front of him who was trembling and sweating like crazy. She completely went pale like someone who was just given a death sentence. She was in no condition to talk as she started crying profusely. As such, Akira's hostility and antagonism immediately vanished and replaced with bewilderment. Alpha then teased Akira, who was panicking. "Oh no. Was that my fault?" "No idea. I don't know what's exactly going on here. Although this sounds cruel, I don't care what's going on with the people that tried to kill you. But we have to think about the people around you though, right?" It was as Alpha said. No matter what the truth was, it looked like Akira was bullying Cheryl here. If there was someone with a good heart, they would immediately step up to save Cheryl from Akira. And if the people who were maintaining security in that area misunderstood what was happening there, Akira would definitely get roped into something troublesome. Akira panicked and tried his best to calm Cheryl down when he realized this. Well, just calm down for now. I'm not planning to do anything to you, and it's not like you plan to do anything bad to me, right? So let's calm down and have a talk, okay? You have something you want to talk to me, right? So take a breath slowly and calm down, alright?" But Akira's effort was futile. Cheryl just kept crying without saying anything. Why did this happen to me? Akira cursed his fate in secret. Akira was somehow able to bring Cheryl back to his room with him. He did not just run away and leave her behind because he was interested in what she wanted to talk about with him. After all, she was trying to talk to him despite the fact that she was so scared. Cheryl did not fight back when Akira dragged her by her hand. Although she was still trembling hard even after arriving in the room, she looked a little bit calmer than before. She already stopped crying, but her tears left a mess on her face. At least now Akira did not see Cheryl as an enemy. If he had, he would have taken care of her in a much more calm and cold manner. He would have shot her without hesitation even if she begged for her life. But the girl who was not his enemy was trembling badly beside him, not to mention that she was trembling out of fear of him. It was a situation that was outside of Akira's social ability. As such, Akira could only awkwardly make a suggestion to Cheryl, hoping that it would make the mood better. How about you go take a bath? It would help you calm down. Cheryl made a small nod and went to the bath. The suggestion that Akira made while looking confused could actually be motivated by malice or other ulterior motives, but Cheryl did not have the leeway to notice it. And even if Akira actually tried to do something to her, it was not like she could fight back anyway. After Cheryl disappeared behind the bathroom, Akira let out a big sigh as if he was trying to push out all his tiredness. Alpha, what do you think about this? I can come up with some hypothesis, but it's faster if you ask her directly. That aside, today's training will be cancelled. Just calm down and have a talk with her once she finished her bath, okay? You're right. And so Akira decided to calm himself down while waiting for Cheryl to finish her bath. Cheryl just let the water take over her body since her mind was still blank. She thought that she was dead meat the moment her very first step of his gamble was turned into a disaster, but she started to calm down. As she enjoyed her bath, all of her tiredness, fear, nervousness and other unnecessary feelings melted into the warm bathwater. It was quite a while since the last time she took a bath, so it really calmed her down. Although it was a failure, I'm still alive at the moment, but I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or not. No, let's think of it as luck. It was because of my pitiful state that he did not decide to kill me on sight. And about him bringing me to his room, well, it's not unexpected. I don't like that idea, but let's use it. I can only hope that it'll work though. She had resolved herself beforehand, but once she stepped in, she realized that she was lacking resolve. So she could not help but show her pitiful state to Akira. But after she was able to take a rest, her brain started working again and she realized that it was thanks to the pitiful state that she showed, that Akira lowered his guard and did not kill her. It was the reason why she was still alive now. Moreover, it would have the opposite result if she pretended poorly back there. So she wrapped everything that happened to her as good luck. She had to immediately tell Akira about her request once she finished her bath. But no one knew if he would accept her request or not. So she thought that she had to increase the chance of him accepting it with whatever she had. Cheryl looked at the reflection of herself on the water surface. She had a beautiful girly body that would entice any men. The only downside of it was the small plumps on her chest that couldn't grow any bigger. Cheryl understood that she had a good figure. If she offered it for negotiation, it would definitely possess high value. Although Akira did not show any interest when he was looking at her as she walked to the bath, she thought that it was entirely possible for him to change his mind. She did not like the idea, but she had no choice but to give it if it was asked. After all, that was the only thing that she had other than her cloth at that moment, and she should increase its value as much as possible. Cheryl had decided to use everything that she could use to protect her life. So she diligently cleaned up her body and her hair. She did all she could to polish her appearance. When Cheryl finished her bath and headed back to the room, it was right when Akira just finished heating up some frozen food and was about to eat. Right at that moment, Cheryl's stomach grumbled loudly, showing that she was hungrier than she would admit. Akira then turned to Cheryl and their eyes meet each other. After a short silence, Akira decided to give the food that he was about to eat to Cheryl, and went to reheat another frozen food. The silence continued as Akira was reheating his frozen food. Cheryl just stood there waiting for Akira without helping him, or saying anything. When Akira finished warming up his meal, he took a seat in front of Cheryl. He looked at how Cheryl was doing. And once he confirmed that she had calmed down, Akira looked relieved as he thought that it was possible to talk with her in her present condition. So he said to Cheryl, we can talk while we eat, you can dash. Cheryl's stomach suddenly grumbled again, and there was an awkward silence between them. Well, let's talk once we finish eating. And so Cheryl and Akira started eating their food. Once they filled their stomach to the point that it would not disturb their talk, Akira decided to start a conversation with Cheryl. First of all, my name is Akira. My name is Cheryl and please just call me Cheryl. Akira-san. Thank you very much for the bath and the meal. And also, I'm really sorry to have troubled you. Cheryl gracefully bowed to Akira, but Akira just ignored it and said, just call me Akira. We're both just children after all. So then what do you want to talk to me? Akira made a serious face, so Cheryl also made her resolve and answered back with a serious face. I'll be honest here. Actually, we want Akira to be our boss. Akira did not expect this at all, so he made a very puzzled look. Looking at that, Cheryl was becoming more nervous as she continued with her explanation. There were a lot of people in the slum city who formed gangs in order to survive the hard environment of the slum city. A safe place to sleep and food that you can get regularly helps to overcome the money problem. And there are many other things that one could get from working together with other people. Normally, all of these benefits outweigh the disadvantages of living in a group. Even if you are just an underling in a group, the fact that you would be able to help each other out would make your hardest days way easier compared to if you were all by yourself. Not to mention that the number was power in the slum city. If a gang was doing well, there would be a lot of people wanting to join in to acquire protection and other benefits. And if that gang continued to grow big enough to affect the safety of the area around it, the people who sat on the top of that gang would be able to enjoy a good life. As such, there would be more people seeking to join the gang chasing after a comfortable life and making the gang grow bigger and bigger. There were cases where the person who stood on top of such a gang was someone who was not from the slum city. Some of them were working as the gang leader in secret while having another job. Some were people who wanted to do illegal work in safe areas. Some were people with particular circumstances. These were the kind of people who created a gang wanting to get power and a lot of money. It was also equally common for gangs to be led by hunters or fallen hunters. Their ability to fight monsters could be used in the slum city too. If an experienced hunter joined a gang and that news went out to the public, that alone would be enough to increase the safety of the members of that gang. And if it was someone with connection with an exchange center, even if you sell scrap metals or any other things that you found around the slum city, it would be less likely for them to think of you as someone from the slum city and try to take advantage from you. As such, these kinds of people were allowed to have a high position in the gang even if they had a personality problem. There were a lot of reasons why these hunters joined a gang in the slum city. Some of them gave up working in the wasteland and decided to chase for success in the gang. Some of them were doing that for gathering people to use as expendable pawns to reach success in the wasteland. Some of them were only looking for a secret place to store their goods and money. Some of them wanted to leave a legacy by creating a huge successful gang. And there were a lot of other reasons that drove hunters to get involved with the gangs in the slum city. Cheryl explained to Akira all the benefits that Akira could get from being a boss and told Akira that Sibia's position as the gang leader was vacant. Sibia's gang was not constructed by leadership. It was a gang made with violence. As such, it would be easy for Akira who killed Sibia to be its leader. Not to mention that Akira was already famous for destroying Sibia's gang, as revenge for trying to kill him. There would not be any problem and there were a lot of benefits to reap. That was what Cheryl said to Akira as she eagerly explained everything to Akira. But Akira made a gesture saying he was not interested at all. I get what you're trying to say, but it sounds like it's a pain in the ass. I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but I already have my hands full with taking care of myself. So just go and ask someone else. Wait. Cheryl desperately said that word as Akira tried to cut their conversation short, but she had no idea what to say next. After all, it was clear that Akira had no interest in it at all. She could not come up with anything more enticing than what she had explained to Akira. If she kept talking about that, it would only worsen Akira's mood. It would be really bad if Cheryl annoyed Akira here. Akira had already known that she was one of the people who attacked him, so he was only letting her alive at the moment. So if she annoyed Akira here, it would not be strange if Akira changed his mind and just killed her. Cheryl, who was afraid of making Akira angry, finally decided to use the option that she was saving. She really did not want to do it if it can be helped. She used her last option in order to entice Akira and fix his mood. If you accept my request, you may do anything you want to me. Akira stared at Cheryl's body, from her chest to her hip then to her arm. It was as if Akira was assessing the value of Cheryl's body. To be honest, Cheryl was not comfortable with it, but she had resolved herself and this was well under the range of her resolve. She even felt thankful to her alluring figure since it saved her from getting killed. That was what Cheryl thought and what she kept telling herself. After he finished scanning her, Akira's gaze shifted back to Cheryl's eyes. He then replied back with a tone saying that he was not interested. Even if you told me so. You don't look that strong. I do feel bad for saying this, but it doesn't even seem like you're going to be useful as a decoy or as an underling. You'll just slow me down if I take you with me. I'm sorry to say this, although you think that bringing someone like you to the wasteland might help. I understand that's why you tried to offer yourself for pleading your life. Cheryl was a little bit puzzled after hearing that answer. She was dumbfounded as she understood why Akira misunderstood her offer. Akira did not look at her body as the body of a member of the opposite gender. When Akira scanned her body, Akira was actually only judging her strength and her ability to fight, and he judged that she would be useless to him. As Cheryl noticed that, she was surprised at Akira's unexpected reaction. Alpha smiled bitterly as she spoke to Akira. Akira, Cheryl didn't mean it that way, you know? What was she talking about then? Well, she's talking about that, you know, that gender-related thing. Oh, so that was it, huh? In that case, I really don't need it then. Alpha looked surprised when Akira did not change his answer even after he understood what Cheryl was talking about. Are you sure? She's quite a cute girl, you know? She'll definitely grow up to a beautiful woman. Although she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me, she won't be as beautiful as me. I can understand your point if you repeat it twice, so there's no need to repeat it thrice. If you're talking about a woman who would remove her cloth and push herself on me, I had more than enough. Alpha smiled invincibly at Akira as if she was unbeatable. So in short, all my efforts of training you against Honeytrap were not all for vain, yep. Akira's face was saying as if he said something that he should not, and so he immediately tried to change the subject. Yeah, you're right. Not to mention that I don't want her to get a grip on any of my weakness. I think you both would reap some benefits though. Kira, although you're just a child, you're quite a romanticist, huh? Or maybe it's exactly because you're just a child. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who looked a bit annoyed. Her expression then returned to normal and said to Akira, Akira, back to the subject, putting aside whether you'll do anything to Cheryl or not, how about you go and help her? Why? You said this before, right? That your luck for the day might get better by helping others. You always get attacked both by people and monsters no matter whether you're in the ruins or in the city. Not to mention that you're in this condition right now. As I thought, you used all of your life worth of luck for meeting me. That's why, you might want to help that beautiful young girl that unfortunately ended up in the slum city. After all, you might be able to fix your luck by doing that. So this is a good chance for you, right? Akira was hesitating. It was true that he did say that. It was when he decided to save Elena and Sarah, or to be more precise, it was when he decided to kill all the guys who attacked Elena and Sarah. He remembered that he did say that random excuse since Alpha was not interested in helping those girls at that time. Akira was not sure whether Alpha said that because she was still holding a grudge against him for that time, or was that a roundabout way of Alpha warning him so that he would never ask Alpha to do that again. As such, Akira's face stiffened, while at the same time, Akira was at loss for words after Alpha clearly pointed out his bad luck. After all, he knew well that he indeed had a lot of bad luck. But even so, it was not like that was enough as a reason to help her. Well, but still, helping looking over her. It's not on the same scale as when I helped Sarah and Elena, right? And it isn't like you were actually against it at that time too, right? I went against it since it was related to your safety. Moreover, it's not like I'm telling you to take care of everything, and I'm not saying that you should take responsibility for her whole life either. You just need to give her a little push, just a little help, just giving her a little bit of good luck, just that. If she ended up meeting bad luck even after you help her, it's not like it would be on you. You don't need to worry about it. While on the other hand, if her condition gets better because of your little help, you can even expect some kind of return as her savior. And if it's too much work for you, you can just go ahead and cut her off too. It's something that simple. Akira's expression changed as he heard that answer that he did not expect. Something that he thought as too much pain in the ass sounded so simple to him now. The image that he had of helping Cheryl changed to a much smaller scale, both for the better and for the worse. It also strengthened Akira's hope, or more like wish, that this would make his luck better. Luck, huh? Akira mumbled that word as if it was something meaningful to him. After all, whether it was bad luck or good luck, both were indeed meaningful words to him. To other people, Akira talking telepathically with Alpha looked like a silent, suspicious boy who changed his face from one to another. But Cheryl did not have the leeway to think about that. It did not work even after she offered her own body. so she could not come up with anything else that she could add to her offer. And she felt like it was meaningless even if she cried and begged. She was on her wits' end now. As she started to think if she should prostrate in front of Akira, she accidentally heard what Akira mumbled. "Luck." She tried to think the meaning behind that mumble, as she thought it might help her get out from her predicament, but she just could not understand anything. Then in front of Cheryl, who was so confused and nervous, Akira took out a coin. It was one of the 3 100 Orum coins that Akira earned from his first job as a hunter. Akira flipped that coin as it flew and spun in the air before it fell down naturally. Cheryl could not help but follow that coin until Akira caught it with both of his hands. "Head or tail, pick one." Cheryl looked shocked as she stared at Akira, and Akira just stared back at her. She thought that Akira would decide on helping her depending on whether she could correctly guess which side of the coin came up. She was at a loss whether she should be happy since it might give her a chance although she was rejected once, or she should feel sad instead since he planned to decide it using such a manner. She was at a loss whether she should pick head or tail, but it would not help her no matter how hard she thought. So she just prayed and decided on an answer. "Head." Cheryl made up her mind and answered back. Akira peeked at the coin in a manner so that Cheryl could not see the coin. Cheryl's face tensed up. Akira then closed his hands and put the coin inside his pocket. "I'll help you, but with some strings attached. I won't be the leader of your gang, but I'll help you to some extent. After that, you should work hard and try to help yourself. In other words, I'm telling you to be the leader of your own gang. I don't mind if you want to be the leader of another gang too. After all, the one that I'm helping is you as an individual and not your gang. So even if you become the boss of any other gang, I still won't help your gang. If you can accept this rule, then I'll help you. So what is your answer?" Of course, there was no way Cheryl would not accept it. She happily bowed to Akira and said, "I understand. I'll be in your care. Thank you very much." With this, she acquired Akira as her shield. But on the other hand, she had to be the gang's boss now. She did not know whether it was a good thing. Akira did not even tell her the result of the coin flip, or whether her guess was correct or not. Cheryl was simply filled with worries, and so she nervously asked Akira, "You I don't mind you asking me questions, but if I tell you not to ask me something, then never ever ask me that question again." "Why yes." The reason why Akira gave Cheryl that warning was so that Cheryl, who saw his expression change from one to another while looking at nothing, would not ask about what he was doing or where he got the medicine that he carried. And Cheryl did not want to worsen Akira's mood, so she only replied back with a nod. "So then what is it?" Did I get it correct?" Akira immediately answered back with those words right away. "Don't ask me that." "Yes." But something stuck on Cheryl's heart. She did not know whether she won the gamble, or she lost the gamble. Even for Akira, who knew the result of the coin toss, he did not know whether it was a good result or not. After all, the result would only show itself in the future. All that Akira said to Alpha were actually only excuses. He did not even think for a bit that it would help his luck. But those were not excuses that he made to help Cheryl. Akira was ruthless when it came to killing people, but his moral base was still unclear to Alpha. To understand the principles that Akira abided to, she pushed Akira to offer his help to Cheryl, and so Akira would make more contact with Cheryl. It was a perfect setting to observe Akira as how far he would go to help someone who tried to kill him once in the past. It was all for the sake of Alpha's objective. That was all there was to it. Rebuild World Chapter 16 Cheryl's Gang. Akira walked through the slum city with Cheryl as she asked him to. She was wearing a dress that was above the standard of the slum city. As such, Akira looked like an amateur hunter walking together with his follower. It was not a rare scene in the slum city. But even so, a lot of people were attracted by them, and some of those people looked at them with meaningful stares. Cheryl guided Akira around the city. At first, they started to walk around the old territory owned by Sibia. Then from there, they kept walking further away. The slum city was quite a wide area with big and small gangs scattered around. Each gang had their own rules in their territory. Thus it was dangerous for people who did not know those rules to wander into other gangs' territory. Akira's sleeping place in the back alley was actually within a gang's territory. The reason why he was left alone was because he was in a region where there was no need for the gang to maintain order. Akira also had a certain level of knowledge about this kind of thing. And since he was always steering clear from the places that he did not know, there were a lot of unfamiliar places in the slum city, although he had been living there for a long time. I've never been in this place before. It's quite clean around this area. Although it's still inside the slum city. The area was filled with buildings that looked relatively strong. There were stalls filled with all kinds of stuff like a poorly maintained pistol, rusted knife, simple accessories, and so many other things. There were all kinds of people roaming the area as well. That scene was proof of how well the economy, safety, and public order of that area was. It was also proof of just how powerful the gang that owned that territory had. As Akira looking around excitedly at the unfamiliar place, Cheryl just smiled and said to Akira, "The buildings around this area were originally a part of the extension plan of the lower district. But it came to a halt, and so the buildings ended up abandoned as the managers of the area left this place." Oh. It was not a knowledge that a little boy who always slept in the back alley of the slum city would know. So Akira was a bit amazed at Cheryl's knowledge. He then asked Alpha, "That thing just now, did you know that too, Alpha?" "No, I didn't know." "Is that so? So there are things that you don't know, huh?" Akira thought that Alpha knew everything. As such, he was shocked when Alpha gave him that answer, and it was shown on his face too. But his face then changed as Alpha continued. "I don't know about what she said just now. By the way, it was expected that they would abandon this place after the expansion. The city actually had no wish to seriously develop this area right from the start. But even so, it's an easy thing for the head of government to push the development. So I bet someone took the money for the development and it ended up being abandoned like this." "You do know, huh?" "What I don't know is what kind of story that was spread among the people. Although someone owns the place now, I'm sure they're doing something in the shadows. And even if some of those people who are related to this problem are discovered later, they're in a position that would let them go unpunished." Akira was actually a bit curious as to why Alpha knew things that common people would not know. But he decided not to ask her since he knew that it would be pointless. Alpha was indeed a special case. Other than the fact that Akira was the only person who could interact with her for some reason, there were still a lot of things about her that Akira did not know. But he intentionally ignored those points. For him, the important point was that Alpha was not his enemy. There was no doubt that she was a totally unknown entity for him. But for him, it was far more important that she was not his enemy. No one would extend their hand to a dirty child from the slum city. He always knew that no one would help someone like him. Even after Alpha helped him, he understood that it was a rare exception, so his views about the world did not change at all. But that was also exactly why he did not dig too deep about Alpha. He would rather choose not to ask if it meant that Alpha would stay as his ally. Or at least that's what he thought for the moment. Alpha suddenly smiled mischievously at Akira. "But still, when you walk side by side with Cheryl, it looks like you're having a date." Akira coughed and turned to Alpha. Of course, it was really suspicious since from the outside, he looked like he just coughed and then looked toward the direction where no one was there. But even so, Cheryl did not react to that at all. It was because Akira already told her not to ask. And if it meant that she would be able to gain safety by ignoring it, Cheryl would definitely choose to just ignore it without any hesitation. "A date? You know that this isn't a date, right?" "Nope, it's a date. You can go ahead and argue otherwise, but you do know that arguing with me is futile, right?" Looking at how Akira was making a conflicted face and gave up on arguing, Alpha smiled as she was enjoying it. "So with that being said, since it's a date, let's buy something for Cheryl." "Alright, I just have to buy something, right?" Akira was also thinking that it would be useless if he argued back. And it was not like buying a present was dangerous anyway. Although it was something unplanned, if it meant that he could satisfy Alpha by sacrificing a small bit of his money, then he would not mind. Moreover, if he prioritized his ego and made a bad argument, Alpha would explain in detail all the benefits that he could get from buying Cheryl a present. Akira thought that it would not be worth it as he headed to one of the stalls. As for Cheryl, she just followed behind Akira. There were all kinds of goods exhibited in front of the stall, but Akira's eyes stopped on a row of broken guns lined up in front of the stall. Guns were indeed an important possession in the dangerous slum city. "Nope, not guns." Akira lightly shook his head. It would just be bullying if he gave Cheryl a broken gun that might accidentally discharge its bullet. Not to mention that it was not something that normal people would give in the middle of a date. As such, he continued to look for something safer. But since he had no experience in giving someone else a present, he did not know what kind of present he should get. As he was confused and could not decide on any present, he looked toward Alpha for help. Alpha, which one should I take? Think for yourself. As Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, he replied back with a grumble. You did say that you would tell me anything if I asked, didn't you? But I did answer you, right? You should pick what you want to give, that's an answer, right? So that's it? That was your answer? That's what you meant? Yep, that's it. That was my answer. That's what I meant. It would also be a lesson for you if you give her something strange and make her give you a weird look. So give it your best. Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life. As for Akira, he just gave up and quietly grumbled inside his heart as he continued looking for something to buy. What are you looking for? Cheryl feebly asked. Akira hesitated for a moment before replying back with a troubled face. Is there anything that you might want in this stall? Well, you see from the explanation yesterday you're my patron. No acquaintance? What's the right word again? Ally. Yep, that's it. You might need something as a proof, right? We're in a close enough relationship to give each other present after all. So yep, I'm planning to give you something that you can use as proof for establishing our relationship. But I don't know what might be a good present. Alpha told Akira to pick something by himself, but since he ended up asking the person that he intended to give his present, he decided to use that as an excuse. After all, Akira wanted to avoid giving something strange and making Cheryl look at him weirdly. Cheryl was surprised. She never thought that she would be able to pick her own present. After all, Akira did not look like someone who would do that at all. Although in reality, Akira only did that because Alpha told him to. Cheryl could not notice that. As such, it was a very surprising for her. So, which one do you want? Hearing how Akira was pressing for an answer, Cheryl smiled happily. If I may, I would like to receive a present that you pick. After all, I believe that it's better that way. If she had to be honest, she actually wanted to answer back that the more expensive his present was, the better. After all, the more expensive the present she received meant more important Akira thought of her. And it would also make a better proof of their relationship. Not to mention that she would be able to sell it for money if she needed to. But she understood that in her condition, it would only make Akira angry if she asked for something expensive. Moreover, she did not know just how expensive the most expensive thing in that stall. As such, Cheryl decided to attack from the other direction. Cheryl's face and words meant to say she would be happy for whatever Akira picked for her, as long as Akira gave a serious thought for her present. But Akira did not catch her subtleties. Even after a beautiful girl spoke to him and looked at him with affection, Akira could not calm down. He was instead even more confused. All right then. In that case, don't complain if I buy you something strange, okay? This is your chance if you want to pick anything, you know? Cheryl was a bit surprised by a reply that she did not expect at all, but she just kept it inside her heart. Being that persistent asking for confirmation was something that was expected for Akira to do. It was a normal thing for him, so it was not like Akira being nice to Cheryl. But even so, looking at how Akira seemed to be a bit desperate, it showed that he really wanted to avoid the situation where he had to rely on his sense to pick Cheryl's present. But Cheryl kept that for herself and made a gesture as if she was thinking before she smiled and said to Akira, I won't complain no matter which one you pick. But well, if you insist, can you please pick an accessory? After all, I think accessories would work the best in this case. I see, okay then. It was obvious that Akira looked a bit relieved. As I thought a gun was a no-go, huh? Akira was relieved since he knew what he needed to look for. As such, he started looking again with a calmer expression. After a moment of hesitation, he finally picked a rather expensive pendant and gave it to Cheryl. He picked that pendant because of two considerations. First, because it was an accessory, and second, it could be sold for quite a sum of money in the exchange center. Thank you very much. I'll treasure it. Right, just go ahead and do whatever you want with it. Cheryl showed as much as gratitude toward Akira, but Akira replied back with such a cold reaction. They kept walking around the slum city for a bit after that and returned back when the sun set. Cheryl bowed deeply toward Akira as they went to different directions. Akira, thank you very much. And also, please take a good care of me. Yeah, you should be careful on your way back home. Yes, you too, please be careful. Cheryl looked so reluctant as she said her goodbye and left. She thought that it was really unfortunate she could not score more points from Akira today. But she was satisfied that she was able to get a small token of their good relationship. The moment she turned back, her face changed to a serious expression as she was thinking of her next plunge. Akira just stood there for a while as he was seeing Cheryl off. Seeing how Akira just stood there even after Cheryl had gone from his views, Alpha was a bit puzzled and asked Akira, Akira, you're not going back home? HM? Just for a bit. It's her first day after all, so just to be safe. After saying that, Akira turned and headed back to the inn that was located in the opposite direction. After Sibia's gang was destroyed, its former territory was open for anyone to take. But it was not like other gangs would immediately use force to capture that territory. If any of them made a bad move, it might instead cause a fight between gangs and incur a big loss to them. It was more important for them to negotiate with other gangs and divide the open territory in such a way that everyone would be satisfied with it. A fight would break if they could not reach a consensus during the negotiation, and they would eventually try to kill each other after that. The building that was used as the headquarters by Sibia's gang was the center of that open territory. All the money and resources that Sibia's gang had were gathered in that building, but almost half of it was already gone as the former members of the gang brought some of them as souvenirs to their new gang. So anything that was left there at that time did not worth that much. But the building itself is still worth quite a lot. It was a very strategic building for anyone from the slum city who took that building. But it was not a well-known building and it was deserted at the moment. If anyone took that building, the other gangs would think that a certain gang had made its move and occupied the building, which would be a trigger for war. It was a dangerous place even for someone who was not affiliated with any gang to use it as a sleeping place. Cheryl was standing in front of that deserted building waiting for someone. It was not like she had a promise to meet there, and it was not like she called anyone to meet her there. But it was because there was a good chance that the people she was waiting for would pass through that place. That was what she thought as she was waiting nervously. After waiting for a bit, the people that she was waiting for finally came. So she buried her nervousness and uneasiness deep inside her heart and said in such a confident manner as if she was invincible, "Hello there. Welcome to my base." They were the members that were left of Sibia's gang. It was not like all of them had smooth sailing even for those who joined other gangs. Some of them could not get along in their new gang. Some of them were treated badly. Some of them were banished after the souvenirs they brought with them were taken from them. And some of them were not even accepted by any gangs. To put it simply, those people were the members who were stuck in those conditions and having a hard time. So if those people saw Cheryl walking with Akira, they would definitely come to ask her, "Your base? What do you mean? Wait, that aside, why were you with that boy? That was the boy who killed Sibia, right?" As the other person asked her while making a puzzled look, Cheryl just laughed and answered back, "You heard what I said, it's my base now starting from today. The reason why I was with Akira was because we had a talk. And from there, we concluded that I'll be the boss of this place starting from today. That's why this building is my base now." "Akira? Is it the name of that boy?" "Yep, it's a good name, right? So then why are you guys here? Are you here to take something that you forgot?" It was clear that Cheryl was teasing them. Although she knew that it would only antagonize them, it did not stop her from taking that stance. After all, she did that in order to show them that she had a powerful support that allowed her to do so. It was pretty effective as the other members started to put up their guard. "We're here to ask you that since we saw you together with that boy. So then what do you mean by, you had a talk with him? Do I really have to explain everything to you? I did say that I'm the new boss of this place, right? So I had a talk with that Akira and he said that he'll help us. But you see, since he's working as a hunter, he's so busy that he doesn't have the time to take the lead. That's why I'll be the one taking the command. You should think of me as his proxy. But since Akira has an image that he should keep, so I'll be the boss in public. But again, since I'm also the one giving orders, that would make me the boss for real, you get that?" But then one of them shouted, But he's the boy who killed Sibia. If only he didn't kill Sibia, we wouldn't be in this state now. That guy gathered that many people just to kill one boy but got shot back and killed instead, so what are you talking about? Are you stupid? Cheryl, don't get ahead of yourself. No matter how strong that boy is, you're alone right now. Huh? Are you seriously saying that? Although the guys were threatening her, Cheryl returned it with a mock instead. Thus the guys started looking around their surrounding thinking that Akira was around. It's no use even if you look for him. Like I said, he's busy with his hunter job. You bitch. The guy then walked to Cheryl, but her next words stopped him middle way. Do you really think I didn't tell Akira about you guys? I was waiting here because I predicted that you guys would come here, you know? So do you think I wouldn't ask him to kill you all if I get killed? There's no real reason why he would go that far for you, you know? I bet he'll just laugh when he knows that we kill you. The guys thought that half of it was only bluff, so half of the guys started to threaten her. But Cheryl's smile stayed the same. He has a particular reason to do that, you know? I'm his favorite after all. See this? I got this present from him. So, do you really think he'll just laugh it off after knowing his favorite girl got killed? Cheryl pointed her finger on the pendant that was hanging on his neck, and wiggled it a bit as if to show it off to the other guys. Since she was showing it while smiling with confidence, the guys could not tell that it was a lie. It was not like they completely believed Cheryl's words, but thinking about the possibility that Akira might take revenge on them was scary enough to convince them. After the guys debating with each other, half of them clicked their tongue and left the place while the other half followed them not too long after. The only people left there were the small children. Those children looked at Cheryl with a grim face, but then Cheryl intentionally intimidated them. If you have no business here, can you guys just leave? You do know why we're staying, right? Let us join your gang. So you accept me as your boss? And will obey my orders? Yeah, you're the boss and we'll obey you. Cheryl's lips made a slight upwards curve. If that's the case, I'll welcome you guys. But just go back home for now. I'm busy with a lot of things too. I'll introduce you to Akira later, so come here again tomorrow night. The small children there prefer to sleep in a safe place inside the base rather in the wilderness outside, but it's not like they could go against the words of their boss. As such, they did not have any other choice but to obediently leave the place. After everyone left that place, Cheryl went into the base and carefully checked her surroundings to make sure that she was really alone there. After 10 minutes, she finally convinced that no one was around. Cheryl's expression immediately changed. All the nervousness and uneasiness that she was hiding came out on her face. She felt like she wanted to scream there, but she was barely able to hold it in as she took a deep breath trying to calm down. That was close. That was really dangerous. I almost got myself killed back there. But I was somehow able to survive that. Cheryl received Akira's protection, but it was not like Akira could always stay beside her. Thus Cheryl needed something that could protect her even when Akira was not around. It was her first step to be able to acquire it, and she was finally able to complete that risky first step. With that being done, she thought that everything would be okay. After all, she did all she could there. The only thing left was the bed. That was what she thought as she crawled up on her bed. Her nervousness and tiredness drifted her to sleep as she was lying on her bed. I was able to take a bath yesterday. I really want to get one today too. That was her last thought before she fell asleep. As for the outside of the base, some of the guys that did not go back decided to stay there. Hey, are you sure we're going to do this? If Cheryl's words were true, this is a terrible idea, you know? The other guy is a hunter, someone who usually spends his days killing monsters, you know? Is this really going to be all right? Even if that's true, are we really going to give up this place to that girl? If we could get this base for ourselves, it'll increase our standing too, you know? Moreover, I bet that all her words there were only bluffs. It's also possible that the hunter kid just said random promises to her too. And although she was showing that pendant, it looked like a cheap accessory that you can buy in the stall over there. I'm sure she's just getting ahead of herself after being told that he likes her or something. If we can kill her now, no one would give a care. But still. The guys there were planning to kill Cheryl, but there were gaps between their individual opinions. The uneasiness of their own future and their desperations. They were hiding all of those feelings by showing them as anger and scorn. Although all of them had the same goal, they could not coordinate with each other. After Cheryl had a talk with Akira, they decided to let Cheryl build up her destroyed gang. As such, their base and the area around that base did not become an open territory. By the common sense of the slum city, a lot of people thought that Akira took Shibuya's gang and its territory as revenge. And when it came to whether it would be worth fighting for that place against a hunter, the current consensus between gangs in the slum city was to keep their eyes on him for the time being. But depending on how far they believed Cheryl's words, they had another choice, which was to kill Cheryl and take the base for themselves. And even if what Cheryl said was true, it was still doubtful that Akira would seriously help to build up the gang. There was a good chance that it would cause confusion if they killed Cheryl now. If they could take over that base, they would be able to get a huge profit. After all, they could get a good position in their gang if they could acquire that base and that territory and handed it over to their new gang. Considering that benefit and the danger from Akira's revenge, half of them were convinced while half of them were against it. Shijima-san also wants this territory. We can get a good position if we give this area to him. So there's no way I would let a small girl like her take it from me. Don't you think so too? But if Cheryl was telling the truth and that hunter discovered what we did, it would be the end for us. If that hunter was around, Cheryl would have brought him with her back there. So this is our only chance to do this. But he might be hiding somewhere. No way he is. Not to mention that I actually doubt if Cheryl really had a talk with him. It might be just a random promise that boy gave her when he slept with Cheryl. There's no way a hunter without any money like him can keep that promise. Well, that might be so. But still. They could not reach any conclusion. But it was enough to clearly divide them into two different groups, those who support the idea and those who were against it. Then the representative of the group that supported killing Cheryl clicked his tongue. Alright, we'll do this ourselves. You guys just stand by here and watch this place. You're good with that, right? Just stay here, at least do that. Well, if that's all, then sure. Alright, let's go. The people who were going to enter the base nodded to each other and readied their gun before entering the building. Then on the next moment they were shot. Some of them got hit on their heads and immediately died there. Some of them got hit on their bodies and escaped death, while some of them got lucky and escaped the building without any injuries at all. All of these people were limping on the ground. Those who were able to escape from the building quickly looked around while screaming. Then they saw Akira holding his gun under the shadow of one of the alleys. Akira then walked to them and stopped right before them. Akira looked emotionless, although he just killed people. That scene caused the guys who were still alive to start trembling. Why you? Akira immediately replied back. I'm the hunter that Cheryl had a talk with. I don't think I need to tell you this, but just in case it isn't clear enough to you, don't you dare lay your hand on Cheryl, you get that? Okay. Akira then nodded and left the area. Some of those who were still lying on the ground and screaming in pain used their last power to aim their gun to Akira. As such, Akira just walked, pointed his gun back at them, pulled the trigger, and nested a few bullets at them to kill them for good. Looking at such a scene, those who made the right choice and survived without any injuries could not help but screamed a bit. As Akira walked away from those guys, one of them asked Akira, Hey, if you did really have a talk with Cheryl, why weren't you there at that time? Akira turned back and pointed at one of the corpse's face. His expression did not change at all. You do understand the answer by looking at this, right? Akira then stood up and left that place after saying that. The people that were left alive winced and then mumbled. So he intentionally didn't show himself back then, huh? What a wicked boy. Akira intentionally did not show himself beside Cheryl in order to flush out people who were thinking of killing Cheryl. That was what those people thought. Their faces winced even more as they looked at the pile of corpses of their friends. They were trembling in fear, thinking that if they followed their friends and entered the building too, they would have joined that pile of corpses. They could not help but to mumble those words, thinking that if their dead boss was a bad ex-hunter who could aim his gun at other people, then his replacement was a worse hunter who could kill people without feeling anything. He just went and killed everyone like that. As I thought, hunters are just scum. As the guy inadvertently mumbled those words, he looked around in panic and let out a sigh of relief as he could see that Akira was no longer around. Akira just showed his face to those people and immediately left the place. What was left in that place was only the corpses of those who made the wrong choice. Alpha asked Akira about what just happened back there as Akira was on his way back to the inn. Akira, was that really okay? Yeah, I don't have the time to be Cheryl's bodyguard in the first place. If that works well, Cheryl would be safe at least for the time being. As for her future, it depends on her luck. Was that not good enough for you, Alpha? From that answer, Alpha thought that Akira would not do anything dangerous with Cheryl as a reason. And so Alpha was able to understand a bit about the person called Akira. No. If that was okay for you, then I don't have any problem with it. That aside, you'll need to do today's worth training too tomorrow. All right. Alpha smiled invincibly as if she was enjoying teasing Akira. As for Akira, his face stiffened as he could imagine just how hard his tomorrow's training would be. Cheryl, who did not know anything, was so surprised when she found corpses scattered in front of her base the next morning. Rebuild World Chapter 17 The Unlucky People. Akira finished packing his stuff in the inn. He was about to head to the wasteland when he saw Cheryl waiting for him outside. Akira, good morning. Morning. Why are you here this early? I'm going to the ruins after this, so make it short. Ah, yes. Cheryl was actually trying to make a friendly smile towards Akira. But his reaction was very cold and her smile did not have any effect on him. Akira was a hard nut to crack. That was what she thought as she was dumbfounded by his reaction. But she immediately regained her composure and proceeded with explaining about her business with him. It was about the current condition of the gang's territory, the location of the base and how to get in contact with him. And also, Cheryl wanted to introduce the new members of the gang to Akira. She asked him to come to the base tonight. After she finished explaining everything, she casually made a gesture showing that she really wanted him to come. At the same time, she was trying to butter up with him. And also, if possible, can you come to the base from time to time? It's okay even if you come only when you have some spare time. Even if you ask me to come only during my spare time, I'm so poor that I can't afford to have any free time. Cheryl's smile faded as she understood that Akira was not joking when he said that. To be honest, Akira actually did not want to lose his already scarce free time by adding an extra schedule to go to the base regularly. Not to mention that he was working as a hunter, which meant no one knew what would happen to him on the next day. As such, it was fully possible that he would end up breaking his promise. Thus, he did not want to make any promise that he might not be able to keep right from the start. Although he did not realize it himself, he was very concerned about keeping his promise. But Cheryl could not read his reason, so she bowed and begged in panic. "Can you please spare your time somehow?" Akira refused her request, although she did not give any detailed time and date as to when Akira had to visit the base. Cheryl would be in big trouble if the people of the slum thought that Akira abandoned her, and she would be in great danger if Akira would not come to the base at all. As such, Cheryl understood that his absence might cause a big problem for her gang in the future. She had to do something about it. She gathered all of her experience to make her best expression for begging him. But even so, Akira's reaction was very cold. He even tried to cut their conversation short as if he was annoyed. "I'll talk to you about that later. Well, I might pay a visit tonight if I have the time. Then we can continue this conversation." Cheryl was relieved since she at least got Akira's word for tonight's visit. So she ended their conversation in order not to annoy Akira. "I understand. Let's talk about the details later in the base tonight. I'll be waiting for you." "Is that all?" "Yes. By the way, I found a pile of corpses in front of my base though." "Corpses? It's a common thing in the slum city anyway." I didn't mean it that way. The corpses were quite a lot, so I thought that the area is pretty dangerous right now. I'm sure you'll be fine, but just to be safe, please be careful when you come tonight." "I see. All right then. See you later. Please be careful out there." Cheryl saw Akira off with a friendly smile. But once Akira's figure was gone from her views, her expression immediately changed to puzzlement. "I asked Akira since I thought that he was the one who did it, but did I make a wrong guess? But it also felt like he was lying to me. So was it really him? But I don't think he has any reason to hide it from me if he was the one who killed those people who tried to attack me. And if that was really what happened, he should have come to tell me to let me know that I owe him a favor. I really don't understand. Well, those might also be people who got killed in some random fight. Cheryl then looked at the pendant that she was wearing. It was something that she got from Akira. As I thought, this is a cheap pendant. Although I got the feeling that Akira liked this pendant, but I guess it's really too cheap. Maybe I should have asked for something more expensive yesterday, even if it meant that I had to help in paying too. Huh? Although she already received Akira's words that he would help her, it seemed that there were still a lot of difficulties in stock for her in the future. Cheryl walked back home while thinking about what she should do next. Akira was continuing his shooting practice using images of monsters produced in his vision support. His target changed from monsters that were standing still to monsters that were roaming around. Moreover, these monsters would attack if they noticed him. They would shoot at him using the guns growing on their backs and ran towards him trying to eat him. This training was for him to practice being level-headed and calm even during such a situation. With his current ability, it was actually a very difficult task for Akira to accurately aim at those monsters' weak points even though he was allowed to calmly take his aims. In the end, Akira could not shoot those monsters accurately most of the time, and ended up getting killed from the monsters' counterattack. As such, the images of him getting killed kept piling around him. Some of the corpses had Akira's upper half or lower half completely disintegrated. Some of them were the remains of Akira's minced body after being showered by hundreds of bullets. The images of him getting killed in all kinds of gory manners kept piling up. Akira looked at the pile of corpses and mumbled with a bewildered face. Although this is just training and these are fakes, I just can't get used to seeing my own corpses like this. Alpha then replied with a serious face. It'll be troubling if you get used to this. Just because this is a training, don't take this lightly and do this seriously so the same thing won't happen to you during a real fight. Yeah, I know. But that aside, there are a lot of those monsters in the Eastern District and most of the hunters can kill those monsters while humming, right? But that level of ability is normal for hunters, huh? I was actually happy after registering myself as a hunter, but I wonder how long it will take for me to have the ability of a real hunter. Akira's training continued, and it was clear that his ability was growing. But it was also clear that his current ability was still far away from his goal. Even if the goal was so far away, there were people who thought they would reach their goal as long as they did not stop training. But half of these people gave up midway thinking that the goal was too far off or just simply because of the frustration of not reaching it. It would be troublesome for Alpha if Akira also stopped because of the frustration. As such, Alpha smiled to cheer him up and change the mood. There is also the differences from the equipment that you use, so there's no need to be so pessimistic. If you can earn enough money and buy good equipment, they'll help you a lot, you know? Is that so? Yeah. If I have to give you an example, Sarah and Elena, whom we met the other day, can defeat those monsters that you just fought even if there were dozens of them. Although, I'm not sure if they can do that while humming though. Akira was shocked. Although he received Alpha's support, he never thought that those people who would have died if he did not save them would actually be very capable. Those two are that strong, huh? So why were they losing that time? The wrong perception of their skill showed Akira's lack of experience and how bad he thought his ability was. Alpha understood that, but she replied back while trying to avoid the subject. There are differences in fighting monsters and fighting people. There's also the effect from the colorless mist too. But if I have to say, it was mainly because of their bad luck. But again, since they were following your footprints, I wonder if they got caught in some of your bad luck. Alpha said that while joking, but Akira looked a bit disturbed by that. Can you please stop saying that? Oh my apologies. Alpha apologized while smiling as Akira was back doing his shooting training without saying anything. He too thought that they were really affected by his bad luck, but he hid this thought behind his silence. He also put more focus on his training in order to hide the fact. As such, he ended up forgetting his goal that he was still far away from. Looking at that, Alpha smiled with satisfaction. After finishing his shooting training, Akira headed to the ruins to search for relics as well as for his ruin exploration training. First of all, he pulled out his binoculars and watched his surroundings as usual. If there was no problem, he would start moving into the ruin cautiously. But something unexpected happened. As Akira confirmed the safety and picked a route to explore the ruin, Alpha, who usually would not disturb his training, said to Akira. Akira, connect your binocular to your information terminal. Okay. Akira pulled out a cable from his binocular and connected it to his information terminal like he was told. Alpha then started operating the binocular through the terminal. The image zoomed in and zoomed out rapidly as the lens moved rapidly up, down, left, right. Since Alpha could only move the lens, Akira had to help Alpha move the rest while following Alpha's instructions. The image from the binocular rapidly changed from one to another. Akira did not understand what Alpha was actually looking for. Alpha properly confirmed all the images that the binocular captured. She then suddenly shouted to Akira with a grim look. Akira, get into the ruin. Quickly. It would be fatal to ask for the reason. Akira understood by experiencing it firsthand, and Alpha already warned him about that before. So Akira immediately started running. What did you find? Originally, they would not be able to talk while running since it would mess up with his breathing. But thanks to the telepathic communication, they were able to have a conversation while running too. There's a trailer inside the ruin that's being attacked by monsters. Wait for a second. So why are we running to the ruin instead? Shouldn't we avoid it instead? Akira, you can ask all you want, but don't stop running. There are a lot of monsters there. The people inside the trailer are fighting back, but it's only a matter of time before they get killed. Akira was puzzled, but he did not slow down at all, or else his life would be at risk too. What I'm saying here is that shouldn't I be running in the opposite direction? I don't have the duty to risk my life in order to help people whom I don't even know. You know? Although it was out of his own reason, Akira had helped Elena and Sarah in the past, although he did not know them at that time. But Akira completely ignored that fact, and Alpha would have pointed that out normally, but she also ignored it this time. Of course your safety is the top priority, so I'm picking the safest route. Wait a sec, so how in the world it ended up with me having to run toward those monsters? That question was very logical, but Alpha replied back with a tone that showed how bad their situation was. Unfortunately, the monsters already encircled you. Even if you start running back to the city now, they'll eventually catch up and kill you. If you try fighting against those monsters in the wasteland where there's no hiding place for you, your chance of winning is basically zero. Those monsters might be focused on those people in the trailer right now, but once they're done with them, it'll be your turn next. Akira's face twitched as he was making a grim face. So if I don't meet up with them and help them fight back before they get killed, then we're all goners, huh? Yep, that's it. And in the worst case scenario where you're the only one still alive, you'll have to go to the deeper part of the ruin. I can give you better support when you're in the deeper part of the Kuzusuhara City ruins, and it'll give you a better chance to survive. But that'll be our next plan if our plan to meet up with the people in the trailer fails. After all, you have a better survival chance if you meet up and fight together with them. So that's why you need to hurry up. If you're too late, you'll be fighting all of those monsters alone. You guys in the trailer, give your best until I'm there. God damn it. Is this because of my bad luck too? Because I used all of my luck. I don't know whose bad luck it is. I would say that those people in the trailer are helping to shoulder some of your bad luck. As I thought, Akira, you used your lifetime worth of luck when you met me. Well, I'll give you my utmost support in exchange though. So you do your best too, okay? Alpha smiled bitterly and her serious face relaxed a bit, as Akira saw that he more or less was able to understand his current condition. He was making a bewildered face after hearing that cheering from Alpha as he kept running as fast as he could in order to survive. A trailer was heading to the Kuzusuhara ruin through the eastern wasteland when Akira was in his shooting training. It was a trailer made to traverse the harsh environment of the wasteland and designed for a long journey. It was even equipped with a machine gun on its roof. There were two men in the trailer, Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi was a weapon dealer who frequently sold his goods to hunters. He had been working as a merchant using this trailer, which also functioned as a moving shop, for years. As for Darius, he's the main fighting power of the duo. He worked as a shopkeeper helping Katsuragi as well as his bodyguard. If you go further east from the region ruled by the corporate government, there was a vast unexplored wasteland. Monsters as huge as mountains roamed freely inside that unexplored wasteland. Because of the harsh condition in that region, The Eastern government could not explore the area even after exerting all of its power. The region was simply that dangerous. But ruins with advanced technology, enough to even produce those monsters, were located in that region. It was a region filled with knowledge and treasures from the old world that was worth exploring despite all the dangers. The border that separated the territory owned by the corporate government from the dangerous unexplored wasteland was known as the front line. The corporate government kept pouring a huge amount of money to front line in order to get a piece of some treasure and knowledge of the old world. Of course, only high-level hunters were there, and to work there was the highest point in the hunter profession. Powerful hunters were living in that place. Some of them formed groups that would even scare big corporations, while some of them were lone wolves who could pick a fight against the government all by themselves. Katsuragi and Darius were on their way back to the Kagomayama city from the front line. Of course, the road from the front line was very dangerous, thus a huge amount of money was offered to transport goods. Normally, goods transported by big companies would be accompanied by a lot of bodyguards. The people who did not care about the danger and risked their lives in transporting the goods by themselves could get a lot of money. Of course, they would only do that if they already had a patron who would buy their goods. The equipment used in the front line were of course of the highest quality suitable for the dangers there. Hunters who only operated around the Kagomayama city could not afford this equipment, and few of this equipment were just simply too powerful for the hunters here. As such, this equipment just would not sell around Kagomayama city. Being a talented merchant that he was, Katsuragi was somehow able to get a deal. Thus he used his own personal trailer, filled it with high-quality goods and started transporting goods through a long journey from the front line. They only needed to go a little further before they reached Kagomayama city, thus their bet was on the verge of succeeding. But right now they were driving as fast as they could, trying to escape from the danger that was approaching them from behind. So they prioritized driving fast rather than driving safely. Thus the car was shaking violently. Darius shouted to Katsuragi, "Katsuragi, this is why I keep telling you to get yourself a better escort." Katsuragi shouted back at Darius, "Just shut it. We didn't get ourselves a good escort because we don't have enough money. You two know that, don't you? Not to mention that it was your fault for changing our route out of the blue. That's why we're in this situation." "You shut up. The contract for the bodyguard was too short. If I stayed on the original route, we wouldn't be able to arrive on time, you know? If only you had more money, we could have taken a better route than this one." "So it's money, huh? As I thought, it's money's fault, huh?" "Yeah, it's money. This world runs on money after all." Katsuragi laughed loudly from the driver's seat, laughing at their own hopeless situation. The reason why Katsuragi and Darius were feeling hopeless was because of the monsters following their trailer. Those monsters were chasing them with their powerful vigor, while letting out howls that reverberated through the air and stomps that shook the earth. They already used the machine gun on the top roof of the trailer to shoot at those monsters until it ran out of bullets. Although it turned countless monsters into minced meat, it was eventually futile. Those monsters did not even care about their companions' corpses as they ran over them while chasing Katsuragi and Darius. Not to mention that other monsters along the way joined them on their chase. Thus, the monsters' count was snowballing. The hunters whom Katsuragi and Darius employed to escort their trailer had already abandoned them when they saw that the number of monsters chasing them were much larger than they could engage. From the perspective of the escorts, it was because Katsuragi took a route outside of what was decided in their contract they met those monsters. So, their current situation was a consequence of the employer not upholding the contract. Thus the escorts had a good reason to abandon them. Half of the monsters even detached from the main group and started chasing the escorts. As such, it can be said that their escorts had done their job. And it could even be said that Katsuragi and Darius should even be thankful for their escorts, but it was a different story whether they actually felt thankful or not. Katsuragi's and Darius' laughs slowly died down. They were fully pumped with adrenaline because of the danger that they were facing. But the effect of adrenaline faded away with their laughs. Darius, who already regained his composure, kept telling himself to calm down while making a serious face. After forcing himself to calm down, he recognized how dire their condition was and let out a sigh. "So what should we do? We'll be dead at this rate, you know?" Katsuragi then replied with a grim face. "I know. We should change our location first. That's why we're heading to Kazusuhara ruins right now. To the ruins? But why? If we keep heading to Kagomayama City, we'll definitely be dead. If they were thinking of running away from the monsters by heading to the city and ended up bringing those monsters with them, then the city would definitely use its firepower to kill the monsters together with them. That would be more or less guaranteed to kill them, and even in the unlikely case if they survived that, the city would arrest them for disturbing the safety and have them reimburse the repair from the damage and the resource that it used for the defense. Even with all the money and wealth that they had now, they would not be able to pay the fine. Thus the city would make them pay the fine by working them hard. It would be much worse that they would wish they had died. But even after knowing that, there were people in similar situations who drove straight for the city looking for a slim chance in surviving. Most of the monster attacks on the slum city that Akira had gone through were because of this. Katsuragi, I know that much. I was asking, why are we heading to Kazusuhara ruins? The ruin is the territory of other monsters. Those monsters that are chasing us know that too. So they might stop chasing us if we get deep into the ruins. Not to mention that place is very dangerous, so we might even be able to meet a strong hunter who can clean up all of those monsters in one go. You've sent the SOS, right? Yeah. I hope someone accepts our SOS request. Normally, any request submitted in the hunter office would be checked and evaluated first. Thus it would take some time before it would get accepted. But in the case of an SOS request, it would be processed as fast as possible and immediately broadcasted. SOS request was frequently used by hunters who found themselves in a pinch in the middle of the wasteland. Since the one requesting the SOS would the person endanger himself, the reward would also be relatively big. As such, many hunters would take such high-reward low-risk request. Even if the requester lied about the reward out of desperation, the Hunter Guild would still give a suitable amount as a reward in their place. Thus the hunters did not need to worry about anything. As such, it was better for them to send SOS rather than making a random wireless broadcast. Katsuragi clicked his tongue while still making a serious face. Well, there's no chance we can go to the city, so the ruin is the place with the best survival chance for us. We can only leave everything to luck after that. Let's go. After that, Katsuragi and Darius just dove into the ruin. They chose a route that was wide enough for the trailer to pass through as they kept moving deeper into the run. They did not have the detailed map of the inner part of the ruins. The map that they randomly acquired from their network had a lot of mistakes, thus it was fully up to their luck as to how far they could keep running away. Unfortunately, Katsuragi bumped into a wreckage that threw their trailer into a small alley. Thus they had no other choice but to stop their trailer. But it did not end there. The monsters chasing them ignored the fact that they were entering other monsters' territory and kept running towards Katsuragi and Darius. Darius made his decision and shouted, "Katsuragi! We'll shoot them back. Quickly load the machine gun with new ammo. Once you're done, get back to your driver's seat and give me support with the machine gun. Given our situation, you wouldn't complain about the money that we would spend for the ammo, right?" "I know. Be careful out there." Darius then jumped off the trailer and readied his gun as Katsuragi started loading ammo as fast as he could. Akira was already deep into the ruin for him to be able to directly see the monsters. Some of the monsters noticed him and changed their target from Katsuragi and Darius to Akira. Akira kept running while holding his AAH rifle. He was making a grim face. "Alpha, they noticed me. Are you sure it's okay if I keep going like this?" Akira looked at Alpha with a very worried look, but Alpha did not change her command. "It's okay. Just keep running. I'll guide you. And also, take the medicine while you still have the chance." "Am I going to get injured again in this fight?" "That medicine can also relieve your fatigue. Just keep this in your mind, we won't get any rest from now on. You just need to follow my orders and shoot just like you practiced and it'll be alright." "I got killed so many times during the practice though." "Remember the times when you didn't get killed? You just need to do it like those times. Hurry up. They're coming." Akira took some medicines while running. He kept his eyes on the monsters in front of him as he swallowed the medicine. He made his resolve to face the upcoming fight, for which he even needed to take the medicine beforehand. He followed Alpha's order as he stopped and took aim with his gun. His vision was further augmented for battle by Alpha's support. It showed the priority order to kill the monsters that were heading their way, and it put on markers on their weak points. It also put TP line from the muzzle of Akira's gun. Akira took aim on the monster with the highest kill priority and lined the TP line to its weak point before pulling the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the wasteland. The bullet flew from Akira's gun and hit its target right on. Although it did not hit its weak point, the anti-monster bullet was able to tear off its meat, crush its bones, and caused enough injuries in its inner organs that made it a fatal wound. Those monsters that got hit on their legs were significantly slowed down, while those that got hit right on their weak points just rolled dead on the ground. The bullseye target on Akira's vision changed into a line, and Akira followed that line with his gun as he held its trigger. The bullets that spewed out from its muzzle showered the monsters, and those monsters fell down into the ground one by one. Some of the monsters were shocked and stopped moving. Akira used this chance to run to his next shooting position following the route given by Alpha and started shooting again after he reached that position. Alpha kept dashing out unusually strict orders. She considered everything inside those orders, like the movement range of the monsters and Akira's amateur maneuverability. She tailored her order for maximum efficiency. Akira tried as hard as he could to follow those orders. As such, from other points of view, it seemed as if Akira was performing above his original ability. He himself was surprised at how he was performing. As he kept fighting through the monsters, he finally arrived in the deeper part of the ruin, but then he thought, "Alpha, can I ask you a question? This is a good time, so go on. About those monsters that I shot just before, although I remember fighting some of those monsters during my training, aren't they way too weak?" "Nope, that's just how powerful they are." "If that's true, then why did I get killed a lot of times during the training against those monsters?" "It's because monsters in your training don't get surprised, shocked, confused, or try to escape. I set them so they would chase and target you like a machine as long as they can. If I make the monsters in the training so easy to defeat, it might make you less careful when fighting those monsters for real, right? So I did that just to be safe. But thanks to that, you can fight without dying and perform really well just like now. So the training was really useful, wasn't it?" Alpha said that while smiling confidently. "Well, you do have a point." He was in the middle of a battle and the training was useful. That was what Akira told himself as he changed gear and rushed forward. Katsuragi and Darius tried their hardest to fight back. Their trailer was already surrounded by heaps of monsters' corpses. Blood was pouring out from the corpses that were half destroyed after getting showered in the bullets from their machine gun. The corpses were piling up like a hill and made a pool of blood and soaked the area around it in red. They had to finish their fight before the pool of blood attracted more monsters. If that happened, they would be attacked by monsters from the ruins and the wasteland. They had killed so many monsters that they started to hope that those monsters would start running away. But those monsters did not even bat an eyelash on the piled-up dead corpses of their kin as they kept charging forward as if to laugh over Katsuragi and Darius's wish. They trampled on the meat of their dead kin and turned the ground into bloody mush as they were running toward Katsuragi and Darius. Katsuragi used his machine gun to kill any monster that approached the trailer, while Darius kept shooting at those monsters, aiming to immobilize them. If they stopped even only for a moment, they would join the corpses littered around. As such, they were fighting as hard as they could to survive. In case of firepower, Katsuragi and Darius definitely had the upper hand. It was obvious from the corpses that kept piling up around them, but even so it looked like the end was nowhere near. Katsuragi and Darius' faces started to turn pale. Katsuragi screamed as he cursed the monsters that kept coming at them. "Damn it! There's no end to them. Even if they eat us, they would not even get a sausage worth of meat for each one of them, you know? So why the heck don't they just go eat those piles of meat on the ground? There are just mountains of meat sitting there, aren't there? Darius, I ran out of ammo. Can you handle them for a while until I finish reloading?" Darius made a grim face. If the machine gun stopped shooting even for a second, they would definitely get swarmed in no time. But he could not say to Katsuragi that it was an impossible request. After all, there was nothing he could do if he lost the support from the machine gun. So Darius shouted back, "Make it quick." The machine gun stopped for a moment. The monsters that were held back by the machine gun immediately rushed in. As Darius was looking at the number of monsters charging towards him, the rational part of him telling him that it was futile, and there was no way he could handle them all alone. Darius had already given up all hope. But the next moment, the The monster that should have delivered him his death rolled over and stopped moving. A bullet had torn through its forehead. Then its corpse became an obstacle to the monsters behind it. As such, the other monsters stopped for a moment. But during that small opening, those monsters were showered by countless bullets and fell limp to the ground. Darius then snapped back to reality. He started shooting back while looking at the source of that gunshot. There he saw Akira shooting from a window of a building near them. The tide of the battle changed towards Katsuragi as Akira was providing them with support. Normally, it was not a situation where a single could change the tide of the battle. But as Akira kept targeting those monsters while following Alpha's instruction, he was able to buy enough time for Katsuragi to finish reloading. Since Alpha kept dashing out orders that maximize his efficiency and with Akira strictly following it, his overall shooting efficiency was greatly increased. Akira's face twitched when he saw the monsters' corpses that already piled up in that area, but even so, he himself kept shooting and adding more corpses to that pile of dead monsters. That's just freaking lot of monsters. Was I about to get attacked by those monsters back then? Alpha smiled as she gave a confirmation and proceeded with giving Akira a warning. The possibility of that is still not zero, you know. So you can't stop providing them with your support. There's no need to tell me. No way in hell I would let myself be attacked by those monsters. Akira squeezed everything that he learned from his training. He put everything he had for providing support while thinking that it would be fatal if he let go even a single monster. It did not take long before Katsuragi noticed Akira's help. He mumbled while smiling as he was preparing his machine gun. So the SOS request is already broadcasted, huh? Alright. The future looks bright, we just need to keep at it a bit longer. With the machine gun back up, their overwhelming firepower returned. And with the help from Darius and Akira, they laid waste on those monsters. Then after 2 more machine gun reloads, they finally eradicated all the monsters in that area. After they finished, Darius and Katsuragi were so surprised as they came to know that it was a small boy who was helping them, but even so, they did not belittle him at all. After all, they witnessed Akira's ability just a few moments ago. Katsuragi smiled in relief and opened up a conversation with a friendly tone. Thanks for the help. Are you a hunter who accepted our SOS request? Akira looked puzzled as he answered back. SOS request? Nope, I was actually about to get attacked and was running away from those monsters. Is that so? It seems that both of us are not blessed by Lady Luck today. Katsuragi did not say anything about the fact that they were actually the ones who brought that monsters. It was because Akira did not ask them about that. After all, it felt like they involved Akira in their bad luck. Katsuragi then smiled to relieve the awkwardness between them. I'm Katsuragi and that guy over there is Darius. We're merchants and this trailer doubles as our moving shop. We're actually in the middle of our way returning to Kagomayama City. I'm Akira, a hunter. I was just passing through the area by chance. Oh, a hunter. Then you're a customer. This must be some kind of fate. Since you saved us, I'll give you a big discount if you want to buy anything, you know? Darius. At least say your thanks to our savior. Darius, who was doing maintenance on his gun not too far, shouted back. I know. I'm Darius. Thanks for the help you provided. Once we're done doing maintenance on our guns, we'll be heading back to Kagomayama City. Want to come with us? Since we just faced such a scale of monster attack, you're not thinking of continuing your ruin exploration, right? Akira also thought that he had enough for a day, so he was not thinking of going back to training now. Alpha, it's okay if we go back today, right? No, we'll go back, I take no objection. Looking at how desperate Akira was, Alpha smiled as if she was enjoying. Sure, let's go back for today. Although he knew that Alpha would approve it, he still felt relieved after hearing that. Yes, please. Oh, he said yes. Katsuragi let out a big laugh and let Akira get on the trailer. He then helped Darius in finishing maintenance of the gun, and then happily started driving the trailer. Although there were a lot of monster corpses in front of them, it was not a problem to the engine power of a trailer specially made for traversing the wasteland. Looking at how the trailer was crushing the corpses below it, Akira looked a bit perturbed. But Katsuragi just ignored it, or more like, it seemed that he was enjoying crushing monster corpses with his trailer. Rebuild World Chapter 18. A chance meeting between lucky people and unlucky people. Akira, Darius and Katsuragi were traversing the wasteland in Katsuragi's trailer. Kuzusuhara Ruin was not that far from Kagomayama City, but it would still take them some time to reach Kagomayama City. Akira usually covered the distance by running, but most people would prefer riding a car. Darius and Katsuragi were in a really good mood after their victory in the last battle. They were zealous since they dealt with all the monsters that had been chasing them for most of their journey. They could not help but smile jubilantly as they were talking to Akira about all the problems that they faced on their journey and the situation on the front line. Akira, who spent most of his time in the slum city, had almost no chance of listening to this kind of story, so he listened closely. Oh, so that's what it's like in the eastern region, huh? Yeah. After all, we're talking about the front line here, the boundary separating the unknown territory. It's normal for hunters in that place to own tanks, you know? They bring their tank around like us carrying our guns. But well, it's also because the monsters there are so strong that you would have no chance against them without a tank. So you're transporting goods from such a dangerous place, huh? I can't even imagine how dangerous it would be to stock up goods. Being a merchant is not easy, right? Well, you can say that. And not just stocking, there are a lot of things that we need to do, like making connections, finding business deals. All of them are just as hard as stocking goods. I see you are really amazing. There's no way I would be able to do what you are doing. Looking at Akira, who was genuinely amazed, Katsuragi could only smile bitterly. But well, I can't deny that today's stocking was way harder than usual. So don't think that it's normal for us to face something this hard. If you try, you might find that it's not really hard, you know? Akira tried to imagine himself working as a merchant, but he could not see himself being a successful merchant. His thoughts were visible on his face. Katsuragi laughed as he noticed it. There are a lot of ways to be successful. You can just be a successful hunter while we'll be successful merchants. That's all there is to it. I might be going around selling goods in a trailer like this at the moment, but I'll use today's revenue as a stepping stone and make my business bigger. Then one day, I'll join the corporate government and be one of the 5 greatest companies. Akira was very surprised. Even with his limited knowledge as a slum city boy, he knew just how big Katsuragi's dream was. One of the 5 greatest companies, huh? That's a pretty big dream. Once I join the corporate government, I'll issue money coins and its name will be Katsuragi coins. Then I'll make people update their catalog using Katsuragi currency. After Katsuragi laughed as he talked about his dream, his face changed to a more serious expression. And this job is my first step towards my dream. That's why I'm really thankful to you, you know? It's because of you that we're able to survive without abandoning my goods. Is that so? In that case, just consider that you owe me a favor. After all, you can help me in a lot of ways if your work goes well. Of course, but go easy on me on the discounts, okay? Just like I said, I really need money right now. Although they were taking different routes, both of them were aiming to achieve success in the Eastern District. They were having a good time talking to each other. In the middle of their talk, Alpha, who was also enjoying their chat, suddenly made a serious face and said to Akira, "Akira, quickly look through the right window with your binocular." Looking at how Alpha's mood changed so suddenly, Akira immediately tensed up. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and connected it to his information terminal. He then checked his surroundings with Alpha's vision support. In that direction, he could see a dust cloud in the middle of the vast wasteland. "Katsuragi, you're the one who brought those monsters here, right?" Katsuragi smiled bitterly and tried to evade the question. "Well, about that, you see. I don't care who brought those monsters here. But tell me something, were those monsters just a fraction of a bigger group?" Katsuragi immediately understood what was going on from Akira's behavior. As such, his face immediately turned grim. "Darius, put the searching device on the trailer to the maximum area search setting. If we do that, its sensitivity in detecting monsters will reduce, you know. Just do it." Darius noticed that Akira and Katsuragi looked disturbed, so he quickly changed the setting of the detection device just like he was told to. Katsuragi's face turned grimmer as he looked at the information shown on the detection device. Focus it to the 2 o'clock direction and zoom in 60 times. Darius was confused after hearing that order. If he did that, it would make it impossible for the device to cover other directions, thus it would increase the chance of them getting ambushed. But he immediately followed the order nonetheless. Once he did, Darius and Katsuragi's face turned stiff after checking the result. Akira then pressed them for an answer while making a very serious face. Sorry to ask you this while you're busy, but answer me. How many more monsters are left from that group that was chasing you? The dust cloud that he saw from his binocular was caused by another group of monsters. The result from the searching device showed that monsters were swarming towards them from afar. The swarm of monsters that were chasing Katsuragi from the eastern wasteland was naturally divided into several groups depending on their type and moving speed, and those groups were moving separately from each other. The group that attacked Akira and Katsuragi some time ago were the frontrunners of the main group. As for the groups that consisted of slow monsters, they gave up midway and returned to their original territory. Now the group with moderate speed finally caught up with them. Katsuragi and Darius looked very tense as they talked to each other. Katsuragi, can we reach the city at this rate? Can we make it? Katsuragi shook his head. Nope, we won't make it. They'll think that we brought the monsters and the city's defense force will kill us together with all those monsters. Looking at how fast that group is moving, we might be a little bit faster if I push the trailer to its maximum speed. So how about buying time until we can run from them? We'll head to the city once we put some distance from them. This time, Darius was the one who shook his head. That's impossible. We only have little energy left inside the trailer from the long journey. The trailer will run out of energy if we take a detour. They rejected each other's suggestions and let out a sigh, not talking anymore. Silence prevailed. Since no one was giving any more suggestion, Akira gave his. How about heading back to the ruins? I'll guide you through the ruins this time. I'm pretty knowledgeable about this area. I think we might be able to survive if we go there. And even if the trailer runs out of energy, it's easier to evade those monsters or break up that monster group in the ruins rather in the wasteland. In reality, Alpha would be the one guiding them. He hid this fact as he gave his suggestion. But Katsuragi flat out rejected his suggestion. No, we can't. Looking at how Akira was shocked by his reply, Katsuragi regained his composure. He then told Akira his reason. We just left piles of monsters' corpses in the ruin. The blood, meat and bones there should have attracted other monsters by now. In the worst-case scenario, it might even attract strong monsters from the deeper part of the ruins. There's no way we can win against those monsters. Akira doubted that reason as he looked at Alpha, asking for a confirmation. Alpha then answered back with a serious face. While his reasoning is true, he also doesn't want to leave the trailer behind. Also, the situation will only worsen if you go back to the ruins now. After hearing this, Akira dejectedly let out a sigh. Do we have no other choice but to fight in this place? Alright, can't we use the weapon that you carried from the front line? It's some kind of super powerful weapon, right? Katsuragi shook his head. No, you can't use those weapons unless you're using an augmented cloth adjusted for handling those weapons, and it'll take at least 4 hours to make preparations. We'll also need the corresponding special ammo that we don't have right now. We normally procure ammo from a different route after all. Damn it. Fighting back in this place was their only option. Everyone in the trailer understood this. They accepted this fact on different levels, which was shown on their face. None of them looked relaxed at all. Akira prepared his gun while Katsuragi drove the trailer to a more advantageous position and parked the trailer. He readied the machine gun ammo for easy and fast reload. Akira and Darius stood ready not too far from the trailer. They would make contact with a group of monsters in just a few minutes. Akira rushed to finish his preparation just like Alpha told him to. He reloaded a new cartridge into his H rifle, took out all the cartridges inside his rucksack and put it out in the open so that it is easy for him to find them. He also prepared medicines in case he needed it in an emergency. He had already put some of them inside his mouth in case if the effect from the last one weakened. With that, Akira finished all the preparation that he needed except for his own resolve. Alpha was standing beside Akira just like usual. He was feeling nervous, but he had a sense of reassurance from making all the necessary preparations. He then asked Alpha. Alpha, answer me honestly. Can I win? Or more like, do I even have any chance to win? He felt like Alpha would say that there was a good chance he would lose if he asked whether he could win. Thus he changed his question midway. Alpha just smiled like usual as she answered back. You do have a chance to win since I'm giving you my support. So give it your best too, okay? Alpha was not lying. But she did not reveal how much chance he had in surviving this monster horde attack. She thought that revealing it would only lower his already small chances. Thus, she did not give an accurate number. I see. So I can win, huh? Akira also did not ask any further. It was better to not know things that were better left alone. Both of them seemed to agree on this point. Akira readied his gun and looked at Alpha. He was about to say something but stopped midway. Seeing that, Alpha just smiled back. Akira, I did say this to you before, but I'm repeating once again. Since you spent all your luck to meet me, I'll take responsibility and properly assist you. That's why you can't give up no matter what, okay? I give my support assuming that you have resolved yourself, you know? So don't forget that. If you give up, then I'll also stop providing my support. Alpha smiled while teasing Akira, and he could only smile bitterly in return. You're right, motivation and resolve, both are my responsibility. So then, well, since we're in this situation, I'll be relying on your help. Alpha smiled proudly and answered back with full confidence. Just leave it to me. Akira laughed lightly. He already threw out the feeling of wanting to give up, and his will to fight back started growing. Akira resolved himself with this. He was finally truly ready. The monsters were already within the shooting range of Katsuragi's machine gun, but he did not start shooting. After all, there was no point in making a preemptive attack in this situation. He also wanted to save his ammo, thus he waited till those monsters were close enough for the machine gun to inflict maximum damage. There was a need to draw the enemy close enough. Akira and Darius also understood that. Thus they only held their guns ready while waiting for the monsters to get close range. Since monsters that could attack from long range were already killed by Katsuragi and Darius before, this group only consisted of monsters that could only attack from close range. Thanks to that, the three of them were able to stand their ground while waiting for the monsters to approach them. Once they got close enough for the machine gun to inflict mortal wounds on them, the machine gun started spewing bullets. Those bullets tore the monsters on the front of the flock and splattered their blood and meat onto the monsters behind them. Although the monsters behind them were showering under their companions' blood and meat, they kept charging at Akira and others without even slowing down. Akira took his aim and pulled the trigger on his gun. The bullet that came out from his gun tore right through his target's forehead and instantly killed the monster. Then he shot the monsters that jumped over that corpse and killed those monsters too. Then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. With the help of Alpha's support, Akira was able to perform way better than his original ability, as he kept reaping the life of those monsters. But that only caused a small dent considering the total number of monsters. The monsters just kept pouring at him with no end in sight, and so the hopeless endurance battle had started. They desperately fought a fierce battle. They already lost count of how many monsters they had killed since the battle started. Akira did not care about anything else other than shooting those monsters and following Alpha's instruction. Due to the power of the anti-monster bullets, it also had a strong kickback. The powerful kickback scrapped Akira's stamina bit by bit every time he pulled the trigger of his gun. But thanks to the medicines he prepared beforehand, he was able to maintain his fighting strength. He swiftly reloaded a new cartridge every time he ran out of ammo. And when all the cartridges that he prepared on his suit were exhausted, he grabbed cartridges that he prepared on the ground near him as he ejected the empty cartridge and immediately loaded it into his gun. Although he got more and more worried as the number of leftover cartridges kept decreasing, he ignored it and just kept shooting. After all, hesitating now would spell his death. Every time he felt pain in the arm that supported his gun, Akira would swallow the medicine in his mouth bit by bit. The medicine would recover his body. Without it, he would have already lay limp on the ground by now. He paced himself so he would not run out of medicine quickly, while maintaining his optimal fighting strength. He gritted his teeth and kept shooting as he adjusted the dosage of the medicine he was taking. Alpha's orders were near perfect. She considered the speed of each monster as she gave out orders. She tried to prevent the monsters from approaching Akira by telling him to target the front row, so that its corpse would block the monsters behind it. She gave out orders to maximize everything that might help Akira. But it was a completely different matter as to whether Akira was able to follow her orders. Not only was his ability still amateurish, but he was also nervous, agitated, and tired. Thus his movements were becoming duller as time passed. He could not perfectly follow half of the orders that Alpha gave him, but she would immediately adjust her instructions depending on the previous result. Then there was a twist of event. A monster that was faster than any other suddenly jumped towards Akira. Of course, Akira focused his shots at that monster. After unleashing a barrage of bullets and confirming that they hit that monster, he thought that the monster was already dead and shifted his focus towards another monsters. Because he was in a panic state and tired, and had seen monsters dying after getting shot like that, he made a wrong assumption. It's not dead yet. Hearing Alpha scream at him, Akira aimed back to where the monster was in a panic. But it was too late. Although it was badly injured, the monster was already too close to Akira. Its speed didn't reduce after being showered in countless bullets as it charged towards him. It then jumped trying to bite him, but it could only push him down while taking bullets from his gun. The reason why it missed to bite Akira was because it had lost its original form after getting shot several times. Thanks to that, Akira was able to narrowly escape death. But it did not change the fact that his life was hanging by a thread as that monster opened its jaw again and was getting ready to take another bite. The death that was approaching Akira distorted his sense of time. It felt like everything around him was happening in slow motion. The same thing happened the other day as he remembered when monsters attacked the slum city and he almost got killed. So he did what he did back then as a reflex. He thrusted his rifle into the gaping jaw together with his arm. As the gun reached the deepest part of the monster, it stopped for a second due to the pain. During that opening, right before its fangs sunk into Akira's arm, Akira grinned and pulled the trigger. The bullets that spewed out from the gun destroyed its head. It then fell down to the ground with bullets flowing out from behind its head. Akira shoved the corpse aside. The excitement of his victory was dampened by the stinging pain on his right arm. His right arm was injured when that monster jumped on him. Alpha immediately shouted at Akira while making an unusually grim face. It helped Akira to stay awake as he almost fainted from the pain after narrowly escaping death. Quickly take some medicine. You should still have some in your pocket. Akira immediately reached out to the capsules inside his pocket while trying to withstand the pain, and spread the contents of the capsule directly onto his wound. Thus another intense pain assaulted him immediately. You can't faint here. You'll definitely die if you faint here. Get a hold of yourself. The medicine that he applied to his wound caused severe pain, but Akira was barely able to bear the pain without fainting. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He then took the rest of the medicine orally. The healing nanomachines inside the medicine detected that Akira was in pain, as it immediately gathered on his wound and started healing it. Since Akira pushed himself to keep moving, his open wound only got worse, which was immediately healed by the nanomachines. This cycle continued as he started shooting again while enduring the pain. Most of the monsters were able to come close to Akira while he was lying on the ground. One misstep was enough to turn the situation worse. Akira, Katsuragi and Darius were trying hard to fight back. But the situation was getting worse. The monsters were already close enough that it would be nigh impossible to fix the situation. Katsuragi then mumbled from the driver's seat. The machine gun is running out of ammo. Damn it, this is the end, huh? His words leaked out through the mic in the trailer, hearing which Darius also complained. So this is as far as we go, huh? Akira did not say anything because he did not have the time to join them. But inside his heart, he was actually agreeing with them. Eventually, his gun ran out of ammo too. Alpha then smiled at Akira and said, "This is the end." Seeing how Alpha smiled gently as if it was really the end, Akira could only smile back bitterly. "You're right. We're saved." "Oh, eh." Akira was surprised after hearing what Alpha said. Then the next moment, explosive projectiles rained down on the monsters around them. Explosions turned most of the monsters into minced meat as blood and meat splattered around the area. Then the area near Akira and the trailer were swarmed with anti-monster bullets, thus further making sure of their safety. The sudden change of events left Akira confused as Alpha pointed her finger towards the wasteland while still smiling. He tried to stand as fast as he could and look towards the direction Alpha was pointing. There he saw familiar faces of two female hunters riding a vehicle while unleashing countless bullets on the monsters in the area. They were Elena and Sarah. Sarah was standing on the vehicle while carrying a huge gun that did not suit her size. The gun on her hand kept launching explosive projectiles from its muzzle. Elena. The location is a bit different from the request, but those people are from the SOS request, right? Elena was also shooting at the monsters using a machine gun from the vehicle. It looked like she was enjoying it. That's correct. The SOS request said that they're in the Kuzusuhara ruins, but I bet they arrived in this place after running away from those monsters. Let's eliminate them all. Roger that. The requester will pay for the bullets. So let's not hold anything back. From there on, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Sarah and Elena, who had surplus money from the last time, brought expensive but powerful ammo with them for cleaning the monsters. And their ammo seemed to be working splendidly, worthy of their cost. The explosive bullets that kept spouting out from her gun were like a storm that rained down on those monsters and left the ground clean. Akira was looking at this scene with his jaw dropped on the ground. After suffering such an intensive attack, the monsters that were troubling Akira and the other two merchants just a moment ago were completely annihilated. The insides of the trailer that also functioned as a moving shop was wider than it looked. Elena and Sarah then met up with Katsuragi and finished processing the SOS request without heading back to Kagomayama City. As Katsuragi and Elena were negotiating with each other, Akira talked to Sarah, who was not too far. He bowed deeply to Sarah while saying his thanks. Thank you very much for your help. You really helped us in escaping death back there. Don't mention it. It's also one of our jobs. It was also thanks to you fighting back desperately and cutting their numbers down, that it was not hard cleaning them up. Sarah laughed in a good mood. It was obvious that her plump chest did not weigh too much as they jingled when she laughed. But I was so surprised to find you here too. To think that you would get involved in fighting those monsters. You do have quite a bad luck, you know? You can say that again. I honestly think the same too. I wonder if I should get myself some kind of charm to increase my luck. Akira smiled bitterly while mixing a joke. Sarah laughed a bit and followed his joke. Well, it's true that things like that might work. After all, no matter how much information you gather beforehand, things outside your predictions will still happen. I also had a close call not too long ago. A charm, huh? You can also buy one, but I think it's better if you keep something that you already had when you got lucky as a talisman. In my case, I have this. As she said that, Sarah opened the front fastener of her armor and took out a pendant. It was a bullet that was repurposed into a decorative pendant. When I almost got killed, someone came and saved us by pure coincidence and gave us this bullet. Then I remade it into a pendant like this. It's to remind me of our gratitude and good luck from back then. I see. Akira was somehow able to keep himself calm. Sarah noticed that Akira was behaving weirdly, but she thought that it was because Akira was still nervous after narrowly escaping death, so she just ignored it. As for Alpha, who was always beside Akira, she smiled teasingly toward him. Aren't you glad? The person that you helped not too long ago just came and saved you this time. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? No, of course I'm happy. So like I told you, it was the right choice helping them that day, right? You're right. Not only you were able to escape death, you got to see a beautiful girl's plump breast after all. Akira was barely able to stay calm when he heard that. Alpha giggled as she was teasing him. If you have no plan of groping one, you can also look at mine though. Or is it important for you to know that you can touch them if you extend your hand, although you don't really want to do it? Just shut up. Akira stiffened his face as to not change his expression as he said that to Alpha through telepathy. But then he suddenly heard Elena's voice. No money? Are you kidding me? Katsuragi nervously replied back as he was overwhelmed by Elena's pressure. Well, it's not like I don't have money, it's a big misunderstanding. I do plan to pay you, but I can't pay you right now at this moment. Elena kept putting pressure while glaring at Katsuragi. Isn't it normal to pay us with cash when you don't write any particular reward on your request? We even used expensive ammo back there, you know? I know. But it was an SOS request, right? It was an emergency. We were in a dangerous situation that we didn't have the time to write a detailed request, you know. It's not like we're planning to trick you. I swear. Beautiful girls are scary when they are angry. Moreover, if that girl killed a mountain of monsters not too long ago. As Katsuragi thought that, he tried to calm Elena down. Look at this. The trailer is packed with a lot of equipments. If I can sell all of them, I'll get a lot of money. You do understand me, right? Just for a bit, can you wait just for a bit? Of course I'll also give you more money for waiting too. Okay. Katsuragi then showed all the goods that he carried inside the trailer. Seeing at how Katsuragi was saying the truth, Elena regained her mood back. She then enthusiastically looked at those goods as Katsuragi squeezed every single cell in his brain for anything that might let him break through his situation. Akira and Sarah then joined them as they looked at Katsuragi's goods. It was given for Akira, but for Sarah too it was a rare chance to see equipment used in the front line. As such, both of them looked really interested in those goods. Not to mention that Alpha also looked a bit amazed. I really wish you can start using these kinds of equipment soon, Akira. Please wait patiently if it's about that thing. By the way, which one that you wish for me to be able to use? If I have to pick one from this place, then it will be this one. Alpha was pointing at a huge gun that in no way a normal human would be able to use. It was made of black metal, and was as big as a person with the manufacturer's logo carved on its body. No, no way I can carry something like this. Of course you can once you get an augmented cloth, so you should get one of those first. But well, no need to hurry, we'll get there eventually. Looking at how Akira was staring at that gun, Sarah could not help but look at that gun too. But then she shouted in surprise. Elena! Look at this. It's amazing. They have Ragnarok too. Oh. Elena, who was called by Sarah, then came there, looked at that gun and was also surprised. Whoa, they really have one. This is the gun that can shoot Annihilator warhead, right? Yeah, that's one of my best goods. It was really hard to get my hands on one, you see. Wait, what are you thinking? Katsuragi started having a bad feeling as he saw Elena's expression when she was looking at that gun. Elena was smiling since she found something that she could use for negotiation as she mumbled. I wonder if Sarah can use this gun. Katsuragi immediately went into panic mode. Wait. No. You can't have that. But you can't pay us with cash, right? In that case, you have no choice but to pay us with your goods. No matter how you look at it, it's way above your reward money, right? Please don't make me do this. I wonder which one of us is asking for the impossible. You can't even pay our rewards and ammo from that SOS request, and you don't even know when you might be able to pay us. Are you telling us to wait for the reward that we don't even know if you would even really pay us or not? We also need money to live, you know? Elena's expression turned intimidating as she glared to Katsuragi. That was also a gamble. Katsuragi understood that, but he could not say anything. Katsuragi was a merchant. He could not deny the fact that he could not pay them with cash. Even Katsuragi himself was actually carrying goods that he had not paid yet. Katsuragi, who in trouble, then guessed that Akira and Elena knew each other as he looked at Akira, seeking for his help. But since Akira was also saved by Elena and Sarah, it was more like he was in Sarah and Elena's side. As such, he could only look away when Katsuragi stared at him. After that, Katsuragi begged all he could, and somehow the negotiation came to a conclusion. Elena and Sarah would be employed as Katsuragi's escorts, which of course increased the amount of the reward that Katsuragi owed to them. Then in case if Katsuragi could not pay that money until the deadline, Elena and Sarah would take Ragnarok with them. It was also for keeping their eye on Katsuragi that Elena and Sarah took the job. As Elena and Katsuragi were talking about the details of their contract, Akira's vision suddenly blurred and he lost all of his power in his body as he fell to the ground. He did not even have the power to get up. As his vision went dark, he could see Elena and Katsuragi ran to him. It looked like they were saying something, but Akira could not hear it. But he understood that they looked panic-stricken. Although everything looked blurred in his vision, he could see Alpha clearly. She was smiling like usual as she looked down at Akira, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Well, I guess you hit your limit. But it'll be okay, just take a good rest." Akira could hear that in his haze and felt a bit relieved as he lost his consciousness. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.